Chapter 982. All the armies gathered together, forming a massive fleet that escorted all the Kundi race spaceships toward Planet Lighthouse. The densely packed battleships dragged the hyperdrive streamers in a dense formation. Their exhaust flames complemented each other as if they had formed a moving sea of light, setting off bright waves in the dark universe. The Dynasty's battleships were mainly scattered around the periphery. In the middle of the encirclement were tens of millions of Kundi race spaceships, carrying the entire Kundi race population. The weapons on the spaceships were all unloaded, and the power of the energy core was limited to the lowest level to ensure that the spaceships could operate. The thin shield was easily broken, and the spaceships were completely taken over by the Dynasty's soldiers. These Kundi race spaceships had been modified into prison spaceships. The Kundi race flagship had been the most thoroughly modified. The cabin had been turned into a prison, and all the facilities had been removed. It had changed from a heavy industrial style to a minimalist style. Basically, only the load-bearing walls were left. The command hall had already been taken over by the Dynasty's soldiers, and two remote projections appeared in the hall. They were Han, Shao, and Terakov. Greetings, Commander-in-Chief. The moment the two of them came online, the greetings of the Dynasty's soldiers could be heard. Han Shao was just in time. Old Terakov had already announced the plan of patrolling the captives, and the soldiers on the spaceship were all waiting to welcome him. The high-ranking Dynasty officers of the various armies were also present, and they had all brought their adjutants with them. Thank you for your hard work. Terakov smiled and nodded with a friendly attitude. These young, elite officers were the future stars of the Dynasty's military, and they would be the successors of the old generals. Seeing that the Dynasty had so many talents, Terakov felt gratified. Han Shao looked at the officers present and could not help but raise his eyebrows. Whoa, all of them are big shots. A group of future generals and military bigwigs stood in front of him, waiting to be inspected. It felt as though a group of people had walked down from the portraits on the wall of the Dynasty's exhibition hall. Because he knew the future identities of these people, Han Shao felt that this scene was very meaningful and could not help but want to take a group photo with them. Your Excellency Black Star, you're here too. Tenny was among them, and he greeted with a smile. It was clear that he was in a good mood. We meet again. Han Shao nodded. Seeing that all the officers were looking over, he simply said in a clear voice, "Congratulations on winning this war. It is the Empire's honor to have such outstanding military talents." The effect of an AoE-PY attack was extraordinary. Black Star status was there for all to see. Although he was an ally, in terms of status, he now surpassed this group of young, elite generals who had yet to reach their peak. No one disliked compliments. Hearing the big shot's praise, everyone's face revealed a smile of flattery. You're too kind. The information provided by His Excellency Black Star is the cornerstone of our victory. In terms of contribution, you're the one with the greatest contribution. What we did was all manual labor. His Excellency Black Star's contribution was the main reason why we won this war so easily. It was impolite not to reciprocate. Some people immediately began to flatter each other. Of course, there were also some cold and taciturn officers who didn't open their mouths and only nodded in agreement. Han Shao responded with a smile. Suddenly, he paused and locked his eyes on the adjutant beside a Dynasty general. It was God, who had a subtle smile on his face. You are. He narrowed his eyes and sized this person up. He did not have any impression of this person. Seeing this, God smiled and took the initiative to speak. I've heard a lot about you, Your Excellency Black Star. Let's get to know each other. This is God, one of the supers that the Dynasty is nurturing. I heard that he survived the primordial psionic energy explosion. He's very outstanding. Terakov introduced him to Han Shao with a smile. Hello, God. Hearing this, Han Shao casually greeted him and secretly entered the quantum network. He opened the Dynasty's internal interface, logged into his account, and searched for God's information in the Dynasty's military. He was already used to checking someone's information the moment he met them. With his authority, it was not a problem for him to search for the basic information of some Dynasty members. The next second, God's information popped up in his mind. Han Shao browsed through it and saw that God's clean military record was recorded. There did not seem to be any problems. He swiped down, and just as he was about to look at the more detailed information, a warning of insufficient authority popped up on the interface. Can't see? It seems like he's rather important. Han Shao would not be so bored as to cause the upper echelons to be unhappy by hacking into the dynasty's network. He closed the interface and fell into deep thought. Old Tower said that God was on the list of supers to be nurtured. With the size of the dynasty, the nurturing targets were basically all beyond grade A seeds, or even beyond grade S. There were two types of supers that were nurtured. One was that they had special abilities, and the other was that they had outstanding potential. This fellow was at most a calamity grade super. Since he was able to survive the primordial psionic energy explosion, he was clearly a prisoner. Every Cunny Ray citizen felt a huge difference in their hearts. After patrolling the citizens, the two of them arrived at the area where the upper echelons were locked up. They stood outside the interrogation room of the Cundy race leader and observed him through the window. Although he was now a prisoner, the Cundy race leader sat upright and maintained his composure. He closed his eyes and rested in the interrogation room alone. After glancing at the Cundy race leader, Han Shao turned to Old Tower and said, "I'll just listen when you're interrogating him later." The one in charge of the interrogation was Old Tower. He was only there to take a look, and the Cundy race leader most likely did not recognize him. Terakov nodded, indicating that he had no objections. He then gestured to the soldier beside him. "Open the door." In the interrogation room, the Cundy race leader sat upright in his seat. He was not as calm as he looked on the surface, but he had to pretend to be calm. In his eyes, he represented the final dignity of the Cundy race. Swoosh! The door slid open, and the Cundy race leader opened his eyes. He saw two figures walking in. One of them was the enemy commander, Terakov, whom he had seen before. The other person was a stranger to him. He was wearing a luxurious black windbreaker with golden patterns. From the way he was wearing it, it was obvious that he was a big shot. He had no idea where he came from. "This is the second time we've met." Terakov quickly entered his state and said with a straight face, "We have already fulfilled our promise and did not carry out a massacre. You have to tell me everything you know, including your thoughts and logic when you made the decision and the reason why you attacked us. Remember, your answer will affect how we deal with you. It's best if you don't hide anything, or I won't be the one to regret it." The virtual technology allowed them to obtain information from the other party, but they would not be able to know what the other party was thinking. This was the main point of today's interrogation. The Cundy race leader knew that this would happen sooner or later, and he did not dare hide anything. At the same time, there was no point in hiding anything. He explained everything with a heavy heart. While listening to the other party's explanation, Terakov continued to type in the report from time to time. Han Shao leaned over to take a look and saw a few words such as xenophobia, native arrogance, vengeful culture, and coexistence discomfort. These are not good terms. He blinked. This interrogation report could very well affect the dynasty's final decision on how to deal with the Cundy race, and these words were undoubtedly dangerous. After a while, the Cundy race leader finally came to an end. "Your arrival has taken away our space for development. Thus, we would rather look for a new home where we will not be disturbed than coexist with you. This will only cause us to experience a long period of passive competition, and the development of our civilization will be limited." Upon hearing this, Terakov nodded and could not be bothered to hide anything. "You're right. We will never allow you to rise. There are not many civilizations that were saints. The Red Empire did not develop the flickering world with the intention of benefiting the masses. They did not have any intention of allowing the natives to rise. The kindness they showed was only to leave some space for the natives to continue living. To most of the backward natives, this was not a bad thing. The three universal civilizations used the galactic society to assimilate them, which was equivalent to them receiving advanced education. However, to a civilization like the Cundy race that had a certain scale and had already begun exploring the galaxy, this was an undeniable disaster. The three universal civilizations were not interested in nurturing more natives who coveted their position, so they would definitely suppress the development of the natives. From the bottom of their hearts, the Red Empire did not hate the Cundy race for starting a war. It was perfectly justifiable for them to use force to conquer the other party's civilization. But Terekov suddenly changed the topic. Now that things have come to this, I think you should have understood that the fallen spaceship you obtained was provided by some of our opponents. Their goal is to use you as a tool to deal with us. Their information contains real technology that can be used to increase your strength. However, while the technology is real, the information about the Crimson Dynasty is a bunch of lies. They did not tell you what level of strength the Crimson Dynasty possesses and purposely made you think that you have the strength to fight them. That spaceship is like a poisonous fruit. Under the sweetness of the advanced technology, there is a fatal poison. Thus, to you, obtaining psionic energy, hyperdrive, Stargate, and other technologies is equivalent to closing the gap between the two sides. You think that you have the same weapons as us. It's like an ancient person fighting a modern person with a cold weapon in their hands. Although the era is different, the outcome of the battle is still uncertain. However, the truth is that the weapons in our hands exceed yours by several iterations. It's like you are still waving your sword, but we have already destroyed you and your planet with a Star Destroyer cannon. As you can see, we originally had the possibility of coexisting peacefully. Although you will lose the space to grow, you can at least ensure the independence of your civilization. Sometimes, compromising is not a bad choice. Upon hearing this, the Kundi race leader shook his head and said with a deep voice, "Watching our path be blocked without doing anything is not the way of the Kundi race. We would rather take a gamble." Well said. A civilization without ambition has no future. I understand that you are unwilling to give up your home. Terekov did not object and nodded with praise. He then softened his tone and shook his head. However, your only mistake is to choose the wrong opponent. The Kundi race leader lowered his head. He did not regret his choice, and his heart was still filled with hatred. However, what he hated the most was not the Red Empire, but the mastermind who had used the Kundi race as a tool. In his eyes, they were the ones who had screwed over their entire race. All right, let's stop here. Thank you for your cooperation. At this moment, Terekov stood up and called out to Han Shao before preparing to leave the interrogation room. Wait a moment. The Kundi race leader suddenly said with a deep voice, "You won't actually destroy us. Instead, you plan to rear us, right?" "Oh, that is indeed a possibility. However, we will not use the physical method that you guys use to castrate our intelligence. At most, we will attack from the cultural aspect." The Kundi race leader understood and took a deep breath. "Thus, I will definitely die, right?" Terekov paused for a moment before he nodded. "You're a symbol that allows people to vent their anger. You're a target that will be despised by our people. You're a lesson that will be left in history. You're a good propaganda tool." Han Shao shook his head upon hearing this. Thankfully, he could understand what these people were saying. If the dynasty chose to change their culture, they would have to choose a puppet to lead the Kundi race. However, the puppet would definitely not be this Kundi race leader. This fellow's purpose would be to be used as a puppet by the dynasty to put on a show of throwing the blame away. This show would end with him being executed. I understand. I have to take responsibility for my mistakes. I do not care if my name is cursed. The Kundi race leader was already prepared to die. I can fully cooperate with you guys in this show, but I have two requests. Don't look at me like that. I know that I do not have the right to make any requests, but I can only say them to you. Just treat them as my last wishes. Then speak. First, we have already surrendered, and it is fine to kill me. However, I hope that the rest of my race will be taken care of and not die. Second, the Kundi race leader's tone suddenly became sinister. I want the mastermind who made use of us to pay the price. As he said that, Terekov acted as though he did not hear anything and turned around to leave. Seeing that, the Kundi race leader lowered his head. He was clear that the other party would not accept his request. However, this might be his last chance to speak, and he did not have a choice. Right at this moment, a black figure suddenly appeared in his field of vision. The Kundi race leader raised his head and saw the man in black, who had not said a single word, walking toward him and looking down at him. However, what he heard next almost made him jump up in shock. He even suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. "I will accept your request." The Kundi race leader was stunned. Tarakov stopped in his tracks and turned around with a look of shock in his eyes. Han Shao remained calm and continued speaking. "I will report to the dynasty to settle your race in my territory and take care of them. As for making the mastermind pay the price, it is not difficult either." He was someone who would not do anything without benefits. When the Kundi race leader mentioned his last wish, a new mission had popped up on his interface. The moment he saw the requirements and rewards, Han Shao made up his mind. He was going to accept this mission. "Who are you?" Hearing that, the Kundi race leader could not help but ask about Han Zhao's background. "You can call me Black Star. As for who I am, oh, my title is a little long, and you probably won't understand what it means. How about this? You only need to know one thing." Han Shao smiled. "I alone can destroy your entire civilization." Chapter 983. You? The Kundi race leader was stunned and looked at Han Shao. "A single person can defeat our Kundi race?" This was the first time he had heard such a domineering self-introduction. Just what was the background of this stranger in front of him? He did not believe it subconsciously, but he immediately realized that he was facing an even more advanced civilization. The other party had a super system, and anything was possible. He had to throw away his outdated views. He did not understand Han Zhao's identity in the dynasty, but for him to dare say such words, he had to be an unimaginable figure. If that was the case, this self-introduction was really straightforward, and he immediately understood the other party's position. He was a prisoner with no bargaining power, but this big shot who he had never met before actually agreed to his last request. This was why. Pity? Charity? Or is he pretending to agree so that I can cooperate? He was filled with doubt. When he first made his request, he did not have much hope. To think that someone would really agree to his request. All of a sudden, the Kundi race leader was filled with disbelief and did not know what to say. "Are you worried that I'm joking?" Han Shao looked at him and slowly said, "To put it bluntly, you have no value in being cheated by me. Since I promised you, I will definitely fulfill my promise." The Kundi race leader could not help but ask, "Why are you helping me?" "Good question." Han Shao chuckled and said, "I'm a person who cares for others. Just treat it as me sympathizing with the Kundi race. In any case, it's not difficult for me to deal with your request." By the side, Tarakov's mouth twitched. "Brother, can we have some face? You're also partly responsible for the Kundi race's defeat. You're making it seem like we're the bad guys. The thickness of your face is probably enough to block a psionic cannon." "Oh, it really seems like it can." While Tarakov was cursing by the side, the Kundi race leader was extremely touched. He was like a traveler who had reached the end of his road and was about to fall into the deepest darkness. However, in the final light of his vision, he saw someone reaching out a hand to him, willing to give him a hand. "Thank you. It is my fortune to meet someone like you at the last moment of my life. Unfortunately, I have nothing to repay you with." The Kundi race leader clenched his fists and suppressed his emotions. His tone was filled with gratitude. It's okay. I don't need anything in return." Han Shao laughed. Even he didn't believe what he said. Hearing this, the Kundi race leader was even more touched. This Black Star is really a good person who cares about the universe. "Ha!" Tarakov covered his face and complained helplessly. This scene was simply filled with the absurdity of fate. Their entire clan had been wiped out, yet they still had to be grateful to him. "You've got me." Not only did he kill, he also wanted to kill silently. He wanted to make the enemy feel grateful to the murderer without them knowing. What kind of disgusting taste was this? At this moment, Old Ta came to a conclusion. Black Star is indeed a pervert. It's best to stay away from him in the future. I'm about to retire, and I don't want to be led astray by him. Han Shao smiled and walked out of the interrogation room with Tarakov, leaving the Kundi race leader alone in the room. After walking out of the room, Tarakov turned around and looked at him with confusion. "Black Star, why did you agree to his request?" He truly did not expect this to happen. He originally thought that Black Star was only here to be a bystander. He did not expect Black Star to suddenly do this, and he did not know what his motive was. Han Xiao shrugged with a smile. I'm in a good mood today, and I want to be a good person. So, you really didn't joke around with him just now? Of course not. I'm very serious. Wait a minute. I have a bad taste? Do you have some misunderstanding about me? Ignoring Han Zhao's words, Terakov frowned. But you just expressed that you would not interfere with the dynasty's matters in front of the ruler. Now, you're saying that you're going to change your attitude and support keeping these captives? Huh. There's nothing that can't change in the world. Can't I suddenly change my mind? Han Xiao raised his brows. I understand. Terakov nodded. I will report your opinion to the ruler later. As for whether the higher-ups will consider it or not, it's none of my business. That's enough. Han Xiao smiled. At this moment, Terakov looked around and said in a low voice, Tell me honestly, what are your intentions? Didn't I say that I'm in a good mood today? Terakov had a don't-lie-to-me expression on his face. Seeing that, Han Xiao shook his head helplessly and said, All right. I'll tell you. The population of the Kundi race is in the trillions and has reached the scale of a star cluster civilization. Although it will take a long time for them to undergo cultural changes, they will be a precious resource. If I can settle them in my territory, I will have a large amount of manpower, consumers, and soldiers in the future. The dynasty is huge and does not need the Kundi race's population. However, this is an opportunity for me to develop. Hearing that, a smile appeared on Terakov's face. That's right, this is the Black Star that I know. How could he be so kind? As expected of you. Thinking about it, Terakov felt that there was nothing wrong with Han Zhao's plan. If the dynasty wanted to keep the Kundi race, they would have to choose a place to settle them down. The population would affect the prosperity of the dynasty, and there would definitely be allies eyeing this piece of meat. The way he saw it, Black Star had already made this request. As for agreeing to the so-called last wish, he understood Han Zhao's character too well. This was most likely just an excuse. You have accepted the S-grade mission. Kundi race leader's last wish. Mission introduction. The Kundi race has lost the war and has become the captives of the dynasty. Their future is uncertain. In his despair, the Kundi race leader made his final request to you. Mission requirements. 1. Settle the Kundi race down and provide them with protection during the cultural changes. 2. Take revenge on a mastermind who used the Kundi race to deal with the Red Empire. Failure condition. The Kundi race's population is less than 80% of the original population. First requirement completed. Reward. 3 billion experience plus 10,000 Kundi race favorability. Current relationship. Minus 1,500 relationship. Hatred. X2 random rewards plus 4 political assets. Kundi race. The Kundi race has entered the awakening era. Plus 10% super awakening rate. Second requirement completed. Reward. 1,200,000,000 experience plus 15,000 Kundi race favorability. X1 designated blank character summon card. The enemy. Proof of leadership. Special skill Kundi rage. The enemy. The more HP you lose, the higher your damage will be. This bonus can be stacked up to 25% and will reset after leaving combat. This effect can be applied to summon creatures, machinery, and equipment. Proof of leadership. When you're the leader of a faction, you will receive an overall bonus. The bonus will increase according to the size and level of the faction. There is no upper limit. Kundi Rage. Upon activation, lose 5% HP/S for a maximum of 40 seconds. You will receive 0x Psychic Resistance, plus 5% damage, minus 5% INT, minus 20% CCHE, and minus 10% LUK. At the same time, you will be immune to all abnormal mental states other than rage. Cool down 5 minutes. Let the flames of rage fill your mind. As soon as he saw the mission description, Han Xiao decided that he had to do this mission no matter what. The reward was beyond his expectations, and it gave him a big surprise. It was simply too generous. Han Xiao did not have any expression on his face, but he was overjoyed in his heart. While the leader of the Kundi race was not a super, his identity as the leader of a star cluster civilization meant that he would receive extremely high rewards. The first requirement was the normal random reward and experience. What Han Shao cared about was the 4 political asset reward. Apart from increasing the efficiency of gaining experience, it also meant that he would have a say in the Kundi race. The dynasty wanted to turn the Kundi race into a vassal civilization, but even if they were crippled, they would still have the foundation of a star cluster civilization. What Han Shao had said to Terekov was not false. If the Kundi race was located in his territory, their large population would provide him with many benefits. After completing this mission, the Kundi race would enter a new era, and their super awakening rate would increase. Although 10% did not seem like much, it was not a small number when it involved billions of people. The reward also included a high favorability with the Kundi race, and their relationship would rise to reverence. This meant that the Kundi race would become his ally to a certain extent, and supers were equivalent to a source of soldiers. However, most of the Grade S missions had very simple introductions. The first requirement was to provide protection, and there was no mention of how long it would take for the mission to be considered complete. Han Shao estimated that he would have to wait until the dynasty removed the seal on the Kundi race. Thus, it would take a long time for him to complete the mission. However, the second requirement was different. According to the Kundi race leader's request, the goal was to take revenge on the mastermind who made use of them. What made Han Shao decide to accept the mission was the reward for the second requirement. Needless to say, the designated character summon card was a good thing, and the 3 abilities that were rewarded almost blinded him. The enemy was an extremely practical talent that was extremely suitable for him. To an ordinary person, the lower their health, the higher the damage dealt. When the damage was stacked to the highest, they would only have a sliver of health left, which was equivalent to going berserk on the verge of death. However, with Han Zhao's health recovery rate, he would be able to recover back to full health in a matter of minutes. This 25% damage increase was like a gift from the heavens. Furthermore, it was also suitable for summoned creatures and machinery, directly increasing the damage output of the entire mech legion. Proof of leadership was one of the most powerful abilities. In Han Zhao's previous life, it was extremely famous among the players and had the title of Half-Template. Players could have this ability as well. As the leader of a faction, they would be able to activate the effect of this talent, which was very similar to a template. Players could also create their own armed forces like supers and recruit ordinary NPCs. Guilds were also a type of faction, and they would be recognized by this talent. In the future versions, players would have a stable channel to obtain proof of leadership. In order to activate this talent, a large number of players would create their own factions or guilds, and their lives would enter a new stage. The bonus of this talent depended on the size of the faction. To normal players who had no money, time, or charisma, even if they had this talent, it would not be of much use. Only some tycoons, studios, and large guilds would be able to utilize this talent the best. Very few people would be able to obtain a significant bonus. In his previous life, Han Shao had never activated proof of leadership as a lone wolf. However, he was very clear that the bonus of proof of leadership was extremely powerful. If I had this talent now, the effect would be unimaginable. Han Shao was secretly excited. He was extremely passionate about any ability that could greatly increase his strength. The last ability, Kundi's Rage, also made his eyes light up. It was also a good ability. The 2.0x bonus to mental resistance was equivalent to doubling his mental resistance. It was extremely impressive. Mental resistance had always been Han Zhao's weakness. Any ability that could increase his mental resistance would attract his attention. Furthermore, during the duration of the skill, he would be immune to all negative mental statuses. It was extremely overpowered and basically meant that he would be immune to all mental control skills. The skill depleted his HP. He would lose 5% of his HP every second, and his HP would be emptied in 20 seconds. This status could only last for a maximum of 40 seconds. The percentage of HP loss was very high, and normal people would only be able to activate it for a few seconds at most. However, Han Zhao's HP regeneration was not low either. According to his total HP, under the most ideal circumstances, the HP regeneration from HP to MP regeneration was equivalent to around 10% HP per second. If he could hold on, activating it for 40 seconds would not be a problem for Han Zhao. The only thing that confused Han Zhao was the name of the skill. Since he was enraged, shouldn't he increase his attack power? Why did he increase his resistance? Could this be incompetent rage? The legendary, kill me if you have the ability? These three skills are very practical. As long as I can complete the mission, my actual combat power will increase by a lot. Especially proof of leadership. The sooner I obtain it, the better. Han Xiaoxin calculated. The second requirement was to take revenge on the mastermind. The mission did not explain to what extent the revenge would be considered a success. He had to figure out the method himself, just like the Ghidorah's lineage mission. However, such a generous reward was really tempting, and Han Zhao decided to try his best to complete this mission. He was extremely happy that he had such a pleasant surprise on this trip. After deactivating the remote projection and returning to his office, Terakov immediately contacted Unravel and sent her the interrogation record. At the same time, he reported Han Zhao's actions to the ruler. You're saying that after Black Star inspected the captives, he changed his attitude and expressed his support for educating them? Yes. Unravel fell into deep thought. What's the reason? He said that it's for the population. Terakov repeated what Han Zhao had said. Unravel narrowed her eyes and nodded. Since it's the opinion of an ally, we have to consider it carefully. In terms of the benefits of the dynasty, Black Star's position was far higher than the defeated Kundi race. After all, national pillars were rare, but there were many vassal races. Furthermore, Black Star was an important contributor to this war, and his opinion would be valued by the dynasty. In truth, to the dynasty, settling the Kundi race down was an extremely simple matter and was not that important. There was no problem in placing them in the territory of the Black Star Corps. Not only would they increase the population of their allies' territory, but they would also be able to help monitor them. However, Black Star was not their only ally, and they had to balance the opinions of all parties before deciding if they should give this piece of meat to Black Star. As for dealing with the mastermind, it was not only the Kundi race's leader's idea, but also the dynasty's as well. While their opponent was the Kundi race, the supercluster and star cluster civilizations that had given away the technology were the true culprits, and the dynasty did not have the habit of letting them off. Even without mentioning the reason for revenge, the exploration of the flickering world had yet to end, and if the enemies who were scheming in the dark were to create more native civilizations, it would greatly hinder the progress of the dynasty. Regardless of whether it was for public or private reasons, the dynasty would not allow the mastermind to continue causing trouble. Han Zhao's attitude was exactly what the dynasty wanted. Since that's the case, we have to investigate which organization threw the spaceship to the Kundi race. A cold light flashed through Unravel's eyes. Chapter 984. The Kundi race war took place in the flickering world, and the dynasty kept the process of the war a secret. Thus, this matter did not cause much of a stir in the explored universe, and not many people cared about it. Only a few special organizations were paying attention to it. Primeval Star River, Three King Planet. This was one of the landmarks of the Primeval Star River and the capital planet of the Modo civilization. The Modo civilization was also known as the Modo Three King Federation, one of the four supercluster civilizations that controlled the Primeval Star River. The Three King Federation referred to the Modo civilization's national situation, dating back to the exploration era. At that time, the main race of the Modo civilization was still the Modo people. During the exploration era war, the Modo people tried to swallow the other two powerful civilizations by force. However, they did not have the strength that the dynasty had against the Kundi race, so they could only slowly devour them. The war dragged on for a very long time, and all three parties had other enemies eyeing them from the outside. Under the internal and external threats, the three parties chose to stop the war and make concessions. The strongest Modo did not need to return all the territories they had conquered. Thus, the borders of the three parties connected, and after they resumed trade and daily life, the races of the three parties started to live together, showing signs of integration. After that, the situation of the exploration-era war became more and more dangerous. The Modo people and their two old rivals felt the strain, and because their territories were close, the three parties protected each other's backs. After a long discussion, they finally decided to form an alliance and help each other, hoping to survive the dangerous exploration-era war. As the flames of war spread, the three parties gradually expanded outward, and their territories, technology, economy, and military all reached the star cluster level. Furthermore, none of the three parties were xenophobic. During the Long War, the situation of racial integration became more and more obvious, and the upper echelons also intermarried to a certain extent. If this continued, the three parties might become like the three universal civilizations, working together and scheming against each other. However, they were not the winners of the exploration era and could only listen to the rules of the three universal civilizations. No one was allowed to fight. After the war ended, what followed was the splitting of the benefits. The surviving advanced civilizations of the various star fields finally started to establish order. In order to establish their position in the new era, every advanced civilization became extremely active in the diplomatic and political arena. At that time, there were three supercluster civilizations that were the strongest in the primeval Star River. The Modo civilization and the other two civilizations were only at the star cluster level and did not have the qualifications to become the starfield manager. The three families thought about it. Since you slept with my older brother and I married your older sister, they were basically one family. Their territories were connected and their races were integrated quite well. Then, they might as well merge. This way, they would have a chance to obtain the title of supercluster civilization, and they would have a lot more say. When the other star cluster civilizations heard this, they immediately objected. Oh, since the three of you want to merge, should we merge too? Isn't this cheating? Peaceful merging of civilizations was rare, but it was not unheard of in the exploration era. Peaceful merging required a foundation, and the three families of the Modo civilization happened to have the qualifications to do so. The three of them had maintained a political alliance for many years, and their races were also highly integrated. The mixed blood population made up 24% of the total population, and their economy and culture were very well integrated. In the end, after a series of complicated operations, the Modo civilization's merger application was approved by the three tyrants. This established the rule of three leaders representing their respective star cluster civilizations, and the number of supercluster civilizations in the primeval Star River increased to 4. The Modo civilization fulfilled their wish of becoming the star field manager. After developing to this point, the Modo civilization had completely stabilized their qualifications to be a supercluster civilization. They were one of the strongest civilizations in the explored universe. At this moment, on the capital planet, the three kings of the Modo civilization were gathered together, listening to a report. Intelligence shows that the dynasty has recalled their troops, which means that the natives have been dealt with. After 116 days, the dynasty's casualties are minimal. There is only one figure in the conference room. A mixed-blood upper echelon, wearing an official uniform, stood in the middle of the room and read the report to the projection of the three kings on the virtual screen. He was thin and sinister, and his entire person was emitting a gloomy and cold aura. This person was called Matty, an upper echelon of the Modo civilization. He was in charge of espionage and secret operations. Like the other supercluster civilizations, the Modo civilization had also sent stowaways to the flickering world, and Matty was the person in charge of this project. The plan to use the Kundi race to destroy the Red Empire was proposed by him, and the plan to send the stowaways to the Red Empire was also decided by him. Those natives are too useless. They can't even cause the dynasty to lose more troops. One of the leaders shook his head. Natives are just natives, after all. We can't expect too much from them. Maddie was expressionless. The life and death of the Kundi race were not within his consideration. They were just a tool to be used. What's your next plan? I have already gotten the stowaways in the flickering world to continue exploring and find the next native civilization that we can use, Maddie said calmly. With this native as an example, the other supercluster civilizations will copy our actions. Not only will we create more trouble for the dynasty, but we can also use the dynasty to eliminate our future competitors. Oh, it's best not to let the dynasty find out that we were the ones who planned this. Another leader said in a low voice. Don't worry, Your Excellencies. A cold smile appeared on Maddie's face. I have already made arrangements. The dynasty won't find out who did it. A few days later, the dynasty troops finally returned to Planet Lighthouse with the Kundi race. The upper echelons of the dynasty also decided on a plan and informed Han Xiao about it. The dynasty has decided to place the Kundi race in your territory for cultural transformation. During this period, they will be cut off from the Galactic Society, and you will be in charge of them. Tarakov brought this good news through the communicator, and Han Xiao, who was teasing Philip, smiled. All right, leave it to me. Thank the ruler for me. Han Xiao nodded. Such a decision meant that the dynasty had balanced the opinions of the various parties and was willing to let him obtain the resources of the Kundi race. Urinral's opinion definitely played a key role in this. This way, the first requirement of the mission is basically fulfilled. Han Xiao mumbled to himself. There will be someone who will contact your Black Star Corps. Tarakov nodded and changed the topic. There's something else that I have to tell you. The dynasty is currently investigating the mastermind behind using the Kundi race, but there are very few clues. The spaceship that crashed was a common model, and we are unable to find its serial number. We have to first find the stowaways who dropped the spaceship, and we might need your help in this regard. Of course. Han Zhao's eyes lit up. He was more than willing to help out in this matter. Finding the identity of the mastermind was a prerequisite for completing the mission. The group of stowaways had probably escaped to the unexplored star field, and finding them was no different from finding a needle in a haystack. In this regard, he would probably have to ask Aesop for help. While the mission description was vague, he was certain that the dynasty's sanctions alone would not be able to fulfill the second requirement of the mission. In the end, he would still have to rely on himself. This means that I will have to go up against a star cluster or even a supercluster. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. Of course, there would be danger, but it was not without an advantage. After all, the three universal civilizations loved to bully these supercluster the most. Thus, it might not be a problem if I go overboard. Han Xiaoxin thought to himself. By the way, the live broadcast of the upper echelons of the Kundi race is about to begin. They will mention you. Do you want to watch it together? Sure. Han Xiao put away his thoughts and nodded. At the same time, on the Kundi race flagship, a member of the dynasty's intelligence bureau, wearing a red military uniform and black gloves, walked into the cell of the Kundi race leader and threw down a document. The Kundi race leader, who was resting against the wall, slowly opened his eyes and picked up the document in front of him. He read it carefully, then closed the document and said slowly, I'm not sure. Is this the ending you have prepared for me? I will cooperate well. I know, but we still need some insurance. The dynasty intelligence officer pressed down on the head of the Kundi race leader and planted a psychic bomb. This would not affect the independent consciousness of the Kundi race leader, but it could be remotely controlled to prevent him from changing his mind. I have already made an agreement with His Excellency Black Star and will not act recklessly. This is unnecessary. The Kundi race leader shook his head. The dynasty intelligence officer did not reply and said with a deep voice, Follow me. It's time. The live broadcast is ready. Letting out a breath, the Kundi race leader stood up and tidied his clothes. After tidying up for a full minute and ensuring that there was no trace of dust on his clothes, he raised his head and walked out of the cell to welcome his death. P.S. A new month has begun. It should enter 4-0 at the beginning of the month. Looking for a guaranteed monthly vote, asterisk, asterisk. Chapter 985. A large number of civilians were locked up in the cabin of the Kundi race flagship, and the ground was covered with simple mattresses. They were either sitting or lying down with their backs against each other. It was extremely crowded, just like a refugee camp. Swoosh! The hatch opened, and a group of service-type housekeeping robots pushed a cart in. There were buckets of mushy food on the cart. "It's time to eat," the Dynasty's soldier on duty shouted, and the crowd became restless. Ever since they were locked up, these Kundi race civilians had been living in fear of their future. However, they were not tortured in terms of material matters. The Dynasty gave them food on time, and they did not mistreat the captives. This made the Kundi race civilians much calmer, and none of them did anything unwise. The housekeeping robots shuttled through the crowd and distributed food to everyone. These captives all sat up, holding the warm and nutritious porridge and gobbling it down. They whispered to each other and chatted in twos and threes. The atmosphere was quite peaceful. In the crowd, two Kundi race individuals, one big and one small, were huddled together. The small one was obviously a child of the Kundi race, and he was eating porridge in small mouthfuls. The adult female Kundi race individual beside him poured half of the porridge in her bowl to the child. Seeing this, the child raised his head and said, "Mommy, aren't you eating? You eat first. I'll eat after you're full." The adult female Kundi race individual looked at him gently. The two of them were mother and son. "No, let's eat together." The child shook his head and mumbled, "If only Daddy was here." "Mommy, where'd he go?" Hearing this, his mother fell silent. Seeing that her child was staring at her, she forced a smile and said, "Your daddy might be on another spaceship and won't be able to come and see us. When we settle down, he will come and find us." "That's great. I miss him so much." The child was overjoyed. "Then, when can we settle down?" "Probably soon." Her smile became more and more forced. She clearly did not have any confidence in her heart, but she had to pretend to be confident. She forced herself to console the child. Seeing that the child continued to eat, she turned her face away and wiped away the tears that almost flowed out. She was clear that her husband might have died because she was the wife of an officer. After the war started, she and her child were sent away as the family of the soldiers. Because of the Empire's manipulation, they were sent back and became prisoners. While the Dynasty had sealed off all news, it was not difficult for her to imagine the losses the Kundi race had suffered on the battlefield. Unable to communicate with the outside world, she did not know whether her husband was dead or alive. She still held on to the last bit of hope, but in front of her child, she had to forcibly endure her confusion, anxiety, and uneasiness. She could not show it, and her heart was under great pressure. In the dead of the night, after the child had gone to sleep, she was the kind of person who would weep quietly with tears. She did not know how this civilization called the Red Empire would deal with them, so she could only lie to her child. Dee. At this moment, rows of virtual screens suddenly popped up around the shipyard, attracting everyone's attention. All the screens flashed simultaneously, and a familiar figure appeared. "Yes, leader." There was a commotion in the crowd. Many people stood up and stared at the screen. The same scene played out on all the Kundi race prison spaceships. After the Dynasty had sealed off all news, most of them did not know about the current situation. This was the first time they had received news from the outside world, and it was the first time they had seen their leader on television. The mother also hurriedly put down her food and pulled her child to the side to watch. On the screen, the Kundi race leader faced the camera and slowly opened his mouth. "My brethren, I have a piece of heavy news to announce. We have completely lost this war, and about 70% of our military strength has been wiped out. The numbers of the fleets that have died or gone missing are as follows." He then read out a long list of the names of those who had died, and all the families of the soldiers immediately tensed up, afraid that they would miss out on a single number. As the numbers of the fleets were read out one by one, there would be people who would collapse to the ground in despair from time to time, and heart-wrenching cries could be heard from the crowd. The child was in a daze as he listened. All of a sudden, he felt his mother's body sway and almost pulled him down. He hurriedly turned around and grabbed his mother's hand. "Mother, what's wrong?" I am fine. The mother's body was trembling slightly. If she was a human, her face would have turned pale. She held onto her child's shoulder with much difficulty and forced herself to maintain a calm tone. However, she could not hide the trembling in her voice. Just a moment ago, she had heard the name of the fleet that her husband had served in from the Kundi race leader's mouth. Her last bit of hope had been shattered, and she almost fainted on the spot. Thinking that her child was still beside her, she forcefully suppressed her emotions. At this moment, she could not even cry. Her entire body was numb, and her heart was dead. The sound of crying filled the room, and a sorrowful atmosphere filled the room. After reading out the list of the names of those who had died, the Kundi race leader said with a deep voice, "I have to bear the main responsibility for the loss of this war. The failure of my decision and that of the upper echelons resulted in today's outcome. Actually, this war could have been avoided. The one who started the war was not the enemy, but me. The Red Empire came from afar to explore the unknown. They are actually a civilization that loves peace, but their arrogance and enmity blinded my heart. I was made use of by a third party and viewed the Red Empire as an enemy. I wanted to strike first and gain the upper hand. Thus, I arranged for an attack and incurred the wrath of the Red Empire. We originally had the chance to coexist peacefully without war or bloodshed. There is only the mixing of cultures. It was a pity that because of my mistake, we lost this future. My arrogance destroyed the bridge between the two sides. Everything that has happened today is my responsibility. My mistake and decision has sent the entire civilization into the abyss." As he said that, he took out a document. It was the confidential information of the first Psionic bomb trap, as well as the casualty statistics of the dynasty's exploration team. This was proof that he was not lying. Following which, the Kundi race leader stood up and bowed deeply to the camera. "I have personally ruined the lives of all of you. Countless families have been destroyed because of this war. I am sorry." Hearing this, everyone understood that this was a declaration of his own guilt. At the same time, he was explaining the reason for this war to the people. Looking at this scene, many people were enraged. "Sorry? You caused the entire race to be in such a state. What's the use of saying sorry? If you did not start this war, those soldiers would not have died, and we would still be able to live a normal life. How would we be reduced to prisoners? It's all because of you that our civilization is facing a life and death crisis, and all of this could have been avoided. You think that a single apology is enough?" After apologizing, the Kundi race leader returned to his seat and continued speaking with an expressionless face. "I know that all of you are very concerned about how the Red Empire will deal with us. My fellow comrades, please be at ease. The Red Empire is a civilization that is more advanced than us. They will not slaughter the civilians and will not castrate our intelligence. They have decided to release us and settle us down in another star system. They will allow us to regain our freedom and help us build a new home." Hearing this, everyone's tense nerves relaxed. This was a question that they were most concerned about. They were already extremely lucky to be able to keep their lives. To think that the other party was actually willing to release them and return their freedom to them. It seems like the Red Empire is indeed a peace-loving civilization. This thought surfaced in some people's minds. Their side was the one who started the war, so they were in the wrong first. The Empire treated the captives kindly, so after comparing the two, everyone's hatred for the Empire decreased slightly. Of course, there was no such thing as rationality and objectivity. Even though they were the ones who started the war, the majority of the Kundi race still harbored hatred for the dynasty. Among them, the family members of the soldiers who had died hated the dynasty the most. However, because of this explanation, their anger was mostly directed at the Kundi race leader. At this moment, the Kundi race leader took out a document with Han Zhao's life history written on it. This was information provided by the dynasty. "Our new home is the territory of an important figure from the Red Empire. His name is Black Star, and he will provide us with protection. This is a respectable figure, and it was because of his attitude that the dynasty decided to return our freedom." Everyone looked at Han Zhao's image on the document and remembered this person who had spoken up for them. On the other side, in Planet Lighthouse's office, Han Zhao's projection was watching the Kundi race leader's speech with Terekov. Upon seeing this, he glanced at Terekov with a smile. Your help is truly thorough. Not only did you give me the resources of the Kundi race, you even helped me build up my image for free. You're welcome. Terekov took a sip of the plant-based, nourishing drink and smiled. The speech was still going on, and the Kundi race leader introduced the situation of their new home. He misleadingly looked at the future and did not mention anything about the cultural changes and sealing of the galactic network before changing the topic. The upper echelons have to bear a huge responsibility for this, and all the upper echelons involved will be executed. I will use this as a warning and reflect on this lesson. I will use a more rational method to continue leading the race and build our new home. Boom! The moment this was said, the crowd broke out into an uproar. What right does he have to continue leading us after making such a huge mistake? He executed all the upper echelons, but did not receive any punishment himself. He's too hypocritical. Is he not going to let go of the position of leader no matter what? Almost everyone was enraged. The race has already been reduced to such a state because of you. What right do you have to continue being the leader? Did we agree to it? All the other upper echelons were executed, and all you gave us was a simple "I'm sorry." What's the point? Even if you don't die, you should at least step down. To be so thick-skinned as to continue being the leader, isn't it all because of your desire for power? The race has been defeated, but you're still sitting in this position. What right do you have? It seemed like he was blaming himself, but he was actually pushing all the blame to the other upper echelons. At this moment, the Kundi race leader stood up and revealed a formal smile. I will head to every spaceship to comfort you and encourage you. I hope to give you the courage to start new. Failure is not scary. I can make the Kundi race great again. These words should have been inspiring, but at this moment, almost everyone was staring at the Kundi race leader on the screen. The Kundi race leader stood up and walked out with a mechanical camera following him. At this moment, the door of the spaceship opened, and a member of the Kundi race walked in. The civilians present all turned around and whispered among themselves. Who is this person? How can he move freely? I know him. He is one of the secretaries beside the leader. He has appeared on television before. The secretary clapped his hands and got everyone to quieten down before speaking. Everyone, the leader will be here to comfort you. I hope that everyone will be grateful and raise the leader's image. Everyone present was enraged. You still want to put on a show at such a time? We have just found out that our loved ones have died in the war, and we still have to cooperate with you and show gratitude? Many of them clenched their fists and trembled in anger. They did not know how to describe their feelings. Their anger and disdain toward the leader had reached its peak. Very quickly, footsteps could be heard from outside the spaceship, and the door opened once more. The Kundi race leader walked in with his secretary and a group of subordinates beside him. He had a smile on his face. Seeing his smile, many people were so angry that their crayfish was about to boil. Still smiling? What the F***CK? However, looking at the subordinates beside the Kundi race leader, no one dared to say anything. They could only glare at him with hatred. Sweeping his gaze across the crowd, the Kundi race leader maintained his smile and spoke. Everyone, how'd you been during this period? I know that you must be in a daze. Don't worry. You can tell me if you have anything on your mind. Whoosh. Just as he was speaking, a black object suddenly flew out from the crowd and smashed onto the Kundi race leader's spotless clothes. Everyone looked down and saw that it was a rice bowl. The nutrition paste inside had all spilled out and stuck onto the Kundi race leader's clothes. Scram! An angry voice sounded from the crowd. With someone taking the lead, the others immediately followed suit and threw the rice bowls at the Kundi race leader. Papa! Balls of nutrition paste landed on the Kundi race leader's clothes one after another. His clothes became sticky, and his original color could not be seen. It was as though he had just been scooped out of a pile of paste. Stop! The subordinates of the Kundi race leader hurriedly blocked the rice bowls and protected the Kundi race leader. At this moment, the civilians behind also wanted to throw the food bowls at the Kundi race leader. They raised their rice bowls and squeezed forward, causing the human wall to push forward. "Don't push. Move aside," one of the subordinates shouted and pushed the crowd in front of him. He could not help but increase his strength. All of a sudden, a female was pushed out by him and fell to the ground. The next moment, a tender roar sounded from the crowd. "You hit my mother. I'll fight it out with you." This subordinate suddenly felt a sharp pain on his leg. Looking down, he saw a child hugging his leg tightly and biting his leg. The child's teeth had pierced through his carapace. Scram! He shivered in pain and could not help but slap the child's face, sending him to the side. When the surrounding people saw this scene, their emotions exploded. "You guys dare to hit a child? Beat them up." Everyone could no longer hold back their anger, and they suddenly exploded. Their rationality instantly collapsed, and everyone pounced forward with a roar, using their fists, teeth, and carapace to attack. The crowd was agitated, and the situation turned into a bloodbath. The situation had completely gone out of control. Bang! The Kundi race leader was pushed to the ground by a group of people, and he was in so much pain that his entire body curled up. Right at this moment, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. Someone had bitten down on him, and the sharp teeth had pierced through his carapace and into his throat. Blood flowed out like a fountain. The Kundi race leader's body trembled, and he looked over. The one biting his throat was a female Kundi race member. It was the mother of the child that had been beaten up. The other party refused to let go, and the look in her eyes was deeply imprinted into his mind. What a pair of eyes filled with anger, hatred, and despair. Kacha! Ah! She tore the Kundi race leader's throat apart and held it in her mouth. She then raised her head and let out a sharp roar. Blood flowed out from his throat, and the Kundi race leader's body gradually lost its strength. Looking at the members of his race who were ravaging his body, he felt an unprecedented calmness in his heart. Finally, the show is over. Dong! His brain was suddenly hit by a heavy object, and his consciousness disappeared completely. The dynasty soldiers on duty immediately intervened and controlled the rioting crowd. However, they purposely slowed down the pace and allowed the chaos to continue for a while. Finally, this bloodbath was stopped by the dynasty soldiers. Pools of blood were left on the ground, and more than 10 people collapsed on the ground. Everyone immediately saw the corpse of the Kundi race leader, which was tattered beyond recognition. The rioting scene was recorded by the floating camera, and the Kundi race members on the other spaceships all saw this scene. They actually killed him. Well done. A sinner like him shouldn't continue living. This is the only way to punish him. Many of them felt extremely satisfied. In the corridor outside the cabin, a black-gloved Dynasty intelligence officer was leaning against the wall and casually tossing a small emotional stimulation device. Hearing that the commotion inside had stopped, he grabbed the emotional stimulation device and turned it off. He then placed it in his pocket and left. This show is over. Tarakov turned off the virtual screen. "You guys really made the best use of everything." Han Shao curled his lips and said, "Instead of letting the dynasty execute him, the Kundi race killed their leader. This matter will forever remain in the history of the Kundi race and become an unforgettable negative example. In a short period of time, those Kundi race members might feel satisfied, but this matter will forever remain in their minds. The spirit of the entire race will collapse because of this matter, and it will be more convenient for you guys to carry out cultural changes. Compared to exterminating the entire race, this is much gentler." Tarakov was expressionless, and after a long silence, he suddenly turned around and looked into Han Zhao's eyes. "Black Star, find a mastermind behind this." Han Shao crossed his legs, crossed his arms, and nodded slowly. Leave it to me. I recently accepted Huawei's invitation to attend an event. The location is Dazzling Square Experience Store, Gusa District, 1588, Huchi Road, August 4th, 1600. Add QQ Group 7551385511 for registration. Verified message, Sunday meetup, limited to 50 spots. First come, first served. Those who are interested can come and play with me. equals caret caret, smiley face. Chapter 986. 10 days later, the dynasty's fleet and the Black Star Corps escorted all the Kundi race civilians to the Odoran star system in the Geru star cluster. This was one of the territories of the Black Star. The handover between the Black Star Corps and the dynasty was very smooth, and Han Shao chose to settle the Kundi race in this star system. With land in his hands, he was not worried at all. With a wave of his hand, he temporarily lent over 100 habitable planets to the Kundi race. The population of each planet was around 10 billion. With the productivity of the Galactic Society, a planet was more than enough to accommodate 10 billion people. The living conditions were not bad, but compared to the original situation of the Kundi race, it was undoubtedly much more crowded. Before obtaining the Stargate technology, the Kundi race was lame and had poor mobility in the universe. This resulted in the efficiency of transporting people being too low. The Kundi race might have occupied a few star systems and thousands of colonized planets, but due to the limitations of space, most of the colonized planets did not have a large population. Those who went there would basically just stay there and would not be many people. At this moment, the fleet released the dynasty's planet modification package and quickly built simple cities on the surface. They then landed and transported all the Kundi race civilians to these planets in batches. On the landing platform on the ground, countless Kundi race immigrants obediently followed the dynasty's instructions and walked out of the spaceship, stepping onto the unfamiliar land. It was as though the hatch of the spaceship had been opened, forming a sea of people that stretched as far as the eye could see. Countless people looked left and right curiously, sizing up their future home. At the same time, in the command hall of the Black Star Palace, countless staff members in army uniforms were working in their respective positions. In front of the hall, there was a huge screen made up of hundreds of small virtual screens that was monitoring the migration situation of every planet. Han Shao stood in the middle of the hall with his hands behind his back. He looked up and saw all the surveillance images. Moving the entire population of a star cluster civilization is truly a huge project. Aurora sighed with her hands on her waist. After the death of the Kundi race leader, they had no leader and could only listen to orders. Thus, the migration was very smooth. Haluz nodded. He had also followed the fleet over. He had not seen Han Shao for a long time and missed him greatly. He would occasionally look at Han Zhao's back view. There weren't many accidental casualties. Very good. Han Shao nodded. Sylvia's remote projection flicked her hair and asked softly, "Are we going to make use of this sudden population?" Han Shao rubbed his chin and slowly said, "These people are not going to be of immediate use. These resources won't be of any use immediately. The dynasty has made arrangements for them, and they will be in charge of cultural transformation. During the transformation period, the Kundi race's communication network will be blocked, and they will not be allowed to connect to the Galactic Society and develop technology. The only suitable thing to impart is super knowledge. We have to let them grow slowly. The time for these people to be of use has not come yet. We have to keep them for the time being. After the dynasty's ban is lifted, they will be the Black Star Army's talent reserve base and an important source of troops. The population of the Kundi race numbered in the trillions, which was more than the members of the entire army. If they wanted to harvest so many leek seeds, they would have to plant them first. Thus, they had to increase the status of the Black Star Corps in the hearts of the Kundi race. Although the reward of the Last Wish mission included a large amount of faction favorability points, it was also necessary for them to build up their thoughts. Speaking up to this point, Han Shao suddenly paused and pondered. Also, spread the teachings of the machinery faith among the Kundi race, and try to get more people to worship the machinery faith. During the modification period, the Kundi race would not be able to go online and would be isolated from the rest of the world. There was no better environment than this to spread their religion, and the machinery faith could be used as a foreign religion to attack the faith of the Kundi race. Without the interference of information from the outside world, their only target of worship would naturally be themselves. This way, the Kundi race could become a treasure land that provided energy for the key of Adeptus Adeptus. To the other mechanics, developing new believers was the best way to activate the key of Adeptus, Adeptus, Adeptus. Although the efficiency of spreading their religion was low, it was better than nothing. What Manison wanted was the faith of the current believers, which was the biggest piece of meat. Other than that, he was very happy to see others spreading their religion. After all, he was sitting in the position of the strongest mechanic, and it would only benefit him if the plate expanded. There would definitely be believers flowing to him, and he would not lose out no matter what. To Manison, developing new believers was like planting leeks for him, and he only had to harvest them at the right time. Thus, as long as they did not want to snatch his position as the main god of the machinery faith, Manison would not appear. He could not wait for the machinery faith to have more believers. Just as everyone was chatting casually, one of the operators beside them reminded them, "Army Commander, the migration is complete." Han Xiao turned to look at the screen, which showed that all the Kundi race civilians had stepped onto the surface. "It's done. Release the virtual screen." The moment he said that, the spaceships of the various planets projected a virtual screen above the heads of the Kundi race immigrants, and everyone looked up. Han Zhao's figure appeared on every screen with a smile on his face. He then opened his mouth and spoke in a loud voice. "Friends of the Kundi race, I am Black Star. From now on, I will be in charge of settling all of you down. Thus, for a long time in the future, you will often see me on the television. Today, all of you will be moving to a new home. These planets are all my territory, and you can seek help from the Black Star Corps members stationed on the various planets at any time. You don't have to worry about your safety. I also express my regret for what happened to all of you. The Dynasty is currently investigating the mastermind who made use of all of you. I will do my best to find them and punish them to seek justice for all of you. In any case, I hope that all of you will be able to get rid of the pain of the past and embrace a new life as soon as possible." Han Xiao did not give a long speech. He did not have the qualifications to make the Kundi race feel grateful, so he did not say much. The virtual screen then disappeared, and the Kundi race immigrants looked at each other with a slight commotion. Compared to the Dynasty, most of them had a decent impression of Black Star, but they could not be considered friendly. Did he say that he would help them seek justice? They did not know if he was just joking. After experiencing such a huge change, the Kundi race already found it hard to believe the promises of outsiders. After ending his simple speech, Han Xiao nodded toward Haluz, who then walked out of the room. After a while, footsteps could be heard from outside the hall. Haluz brought a group of graduates with Nero as the leader. They had returned with the fleet and were now meeting with Han Xiao. "You guys are here." Han Xiao looked at this group of students. After 4 months of experience in the flames of war, many of them had shed the childishness they had when they first met them. Their temperaments had changed a lot. After falling into the trap of the enemy, Nero had learned his lesson and reflected on his actions. He now had a more mature aura, and Mia also seemed much more capable. However, Han Xiao could not help but look down at the hands of this adulterous couple. Sensing Han Zhao's gaze, Mia awkwardly let go of her hands and pretended to play with her hair. The two of them were originally classmates and close friends, but their relationship was a little ambiguous. However, after the previous incident, the ambiguity index had skyrocketed. Although no one had revealed the truth, they had been behaving like a real couple recently. Why do I feel like I've become a matchmaker? Han Zhao's mouth twitched, and he calmed himself down before praising them. "Seeing the changes in all of you, I'm very pleased. You are now qualified army warriors." Hearing that, the students could not help but straighten their backs and feel proud. After giving them a few words of encouragement, Han Xiao turned to look at Mia and said with a smile, "I promise to find you a calamity grade teacher. From today onwards, Haluz will be your teacher, and he will do his best to teach you." Haluz had already known about this matter. He was the most loyal to the army and did not have any complaints. He smiled and nodded. "Although I'm usually very busy, I will still try to find time to teach you. Don't worry, I'm different from Reynold. I prefer a more relaxed education." "Thank you, Your Excellency Black Star." "Hello, teacher." Mia hurriedly thanked Han Xiao before greeting her Luz. Seeing this, the students behind could not help but reveal envious expressions. Who was Haluz? He was one of the upper echelons of the army and one of the elders who had followed Black Star since the beginning. To be able to become his student, one would definitely become the backbone of the army in the future. It was undoubtedly a bright future. However, these people were not the most envious. Nero clenched his teeth in jealousy. I want a normal teacher too. Why did I have to meet Reynolds? Han Xiao retracted his gaze and stared at Nero. What's with that expression? Nothing. Nero felt bitter in his heart, but did not wish to say it. He paused for a moment and suddenly thought of something. By the way, Godfather, I obtained an enemy weapon during a battle some time ago. I feel that it's a little strange and would like you to take a look at it. What's strange about it? I obtained it from a Kundi race officer during a boarding battle. I got my teammates to help me appraise it. Nero scratched his head and said, it seems to be a high-level enchanted weapon. Han Xiao was stunned. Enchanted weapon? This was very common in the galaxy, but the Kundi race did not have a super system and was a pure technological civilization. They did not know anything about magic. Then, where did the Kundi race officer get his weapon from? Let me take a look. Han Xiao was instantly interested. I left it in my room and did not bring it with me. I will bring it over to you later. Nero scratched his head. Just when Han Xiao was about to scold him, his communicator rang and interrupted him. Taking out his communicator, he saw that it was Aesop calling. Why is this darn old man contacting me? With a wave of his hand, he dismissed everyone, walked to the side, and picked up the call. Aesop, why are you looking for me? You should be the one who needs something. Aesop had an impatient look on his face. I predicted that you would contact me, so I took the initiative to look for you. Han Zhao's face cramped up. Striking first to gain the initiative is still fine. This ability of yours is really useful. That's right, I do need your help. I need you to use your ability to help me predict the whereabouts of a group of people. Shaking his head, Han Xiao roughly explained the situation with the Kundi race. Aesop was also very straightforward. Send me the information later. The more information you have, the more accurate the prophecy will be. Got it. Han Xiao nodded and paused for a moment before changing the topic. How are Ames and Hela? They are adventuring everywhere. What else can they do? Aesop rolled his eyes. It's not like you can't contact her. Why are you asking me? All right, I'll hang up if there's nothing else. I'll inform you when the prophecy is out. Aesop then hung up the call. Han Xiao helplessly kept his communicator. Having an old man at home was like having a treasure. However, he did not intend to completely rely on Aesop. He walked out of the hall and headed to the dock before opening one of the hangars. There was a severely damaged spaceship in the hangar. This was the spaceship that the stowaways had left behind in the Kundi race's territory. It had been seized by the dynasty after the war. Han Xiao had specially requested for this spaceship from Tarakov, and Tarakov had sent someone to deliver it to him. They had used all their technology, magic, and metaphysics, but the dynasty was unable to find any clues on the spaceship. Thus, they did not mind letting Han Xiao inspect it as long as he could find some clues. Aesop's prophecy could only allow him to see what would happen in the future, but Han Xiao's special ability, Bold Explorer, allowed him to see the past of an item. He felt that he would definitely be able to find something by using both abilities. He then placed his hand on the charred exterior of the spaceship. It was filled with holes, and the metal of the spaceship seemed to have been corroded by some kind of corrosive liquid. It was not smooth at all and felt cold to the touch. Let's see what kind of clues I can find this time. Han Xiao let out a breath and activated Bold Explorer. Who? His vision suddenly spun. Everything in front of him was like broken glass, scattering in all directions. All of a sudden, the fragments paused for a moment, and then they instantly swirled in reverse, piecing together and reassembling. The scene before his eyes turned into an industrial shipyard. A huge spaceship skeleton was floating in midair, and countless mechanical arms were assembling the parts around it. The clanking of the countless machines was like a symphony. Han Xiao observed his surroundings and quickly memorized the environment in his mind. The next moment, his vision shattered and reassembled again. This time, it turned into a cosmic space. An already formed spaceship was falling toward a planet, breaking through the atmosphere like a blazing meteor. He could vaguely tell that this was the spaceship when it was still intact. Right at this moment, the scene suddenly stopped. His original vision returned, and he was still standing in the hangar, touching the spaceship that had fallen. The bold explorer has ended. Your LUK has been reduced by 60% for 14 days. Han Xiao was used to ignoring the side effects of his abilities, so it did not matter to him whether his LUK was reduced or not. Thinking back to what he had just seen, his eyes flashed. This scene revealed the scene of the spaceship leaving the factory and crashing. Although the process was very short, there seems to be a pretty good clue. When he was in the shipyard, he quickly memorized his surroundings and noticed a detail. The workers working in the shipyard all had the same logo on their clothes. He entered the Dynasty's database and quickly found a match. This was the logo of a shipyard company located in the primeval Star River. I've locked onto the factory. Han Zhao's eyes flashed. Normally, shipyard companies would keep the serial numbers of all the spaceships that left the factory. Although he did not know if the serial number of the spaceship was correct or not, it was at least a clue. Looks like I'll have to send my mechanical army to the primeval Star River. At this moment, Han Xiao suddenly thought of something. Right, the primeval Star River is Manison's nest. Recently, I accepted Glory's invitation to do an activity. The location is Suzhou Rini Planet Dazzling Plaza Experience Store, Gusa District, 1588, Huchi Road. The time is August 4th, 1600. The registration method is to add Q Group 7551385511. Confirmation message, Sunday meetup. There's still some empty spots, so those who are interested in playing with me can come over. Equals carrot, carrot, smiley face. Chapter 987. P.S. There will be an event tomorrow. Suzhou Rini Planet Dazzling Plaza Experience Store, Gusa District, 1588, Huchi Road, 1600 hours p.m. Those who are interested can come and beat me up. Asterisk, asterisk. Godly Mechanic will be updated a little later today. It is currently in progress. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 988. After memorizing the name of this shipbuilding company, Han Xiao left the hangar and returned to his room. He remotely activated the mechanical army in the Shattered Star Ring headquarters and boarded a spaceship. He then headed toward the primeval Star River through the Starfield Stargate. Ever since he obtained the Quantum Infinite Distance Transmission Channel and the Lord's Avatar, he had set up mechanical armies in many bases so that he could descend at any time. Manison was the strongest beyond Grade A faction in the primeval Star River, and the Black Star Corps did not have much influence there. Now that his relationship with the Mecha Empire had dropped to a freezing point, he had to be more careful in their territory. Boys should know how to protect themselves. As soon as he sent out his mechanical army, Nero came over with the strange, enchanted weapon that he had mentioned. Godfather, this is what I was talking about. Han Xiao took this unknown item from Nero's hands and examined it carefully. It was a spear that looked like a cold weapon. It was broken in the middle, and only the tip of the spear was left. It was greenish-black in color and had a bronze texture. Its surface was flowing with a misty, golden brilliance, as if it was surging with magic power. The moment he held the broken spear, a notification popped up on the interface. Deity Assassin, damaged, type, enchanted melee weapon quality, epic orange, equipment requirements, above level 230, 800 STR, 1000 DX, 600 OIS attribute bonus, plus 146 STR, plus 171 DX, plus 223 MWAS basic attributes, base attack, 21,000 to 24,000, durability, 3, 755/9, 000, energy, 744/15,000 enchantment. Deity Assassin, incomplete, plus 240% damage dealt by this weapon when the target is above level 200. Enchantment, advanced enchantment, rapid phantom shadow, plus 60% ATK speed, 1. 5% chance to release 2 phantom attacks every time you attack, dealing 75% of the attack damage. Enchantment, divine lock, double energy lock. When you hit the opponent's physical body or mental body, there's a 20% chance of inflicting the energy lock status on the opponent. The opponent will not be able to refine or use energy. After this effect takes effect, it will have a cooldown of 30 seconds. Enchantment, psionic wave. This rune can absorb various types of energy to replenish its energy and maintain various enchantments. When the energy is above 50%, your attacks will have a large range of splash damage. Enchantment, molecular penetration, basic armor penetration plus 1,600 defense penetration. Enchantment, mana rampage, plus 33% basic critical hit rate, 20% of critical hit damage converted into true damage. Remaining 16 enchantments, collapse/expand. Remarks: this weapon is in a damaged state. Equipment requirements, basic attributes, and enchantment effects have all been greatly reduced. Han Xiaoxin was shocked. Even in its damaged state, the equipment requirement was already at level 230. If it was in its complete state, wouldn't it be a weapon that only beyond grade as could use? All the enchantments were high-level rune spells, especially the Stabbing God enchantment. Even the normal attack damage of an enemy over level 200 would be increased by 2. For times. What did that mean? WDNMD. Master Break. The more enchantments there were, the higher the load. The fact that this weapon could withstand so many high-level enchantments meant that the material was extremely tough. It must have used very rare materials. Why would the Kundi race have such a thing? Tell me how you obtained this weapon. Han Xiao nodded. All right. Nero nodded and began to explain. It was a very conventional boarding battle. My teammates and I killed our way into the cabin and exchanged fire with the enemy's main force. I charged straight at the enemy's officer and shattered his armor. I remembered your teachings and didn't forget to finish him off. However, the ground suddenly exploded and we all fell down. Below us was a pitch-black warehouse, and I saw that this weapon was placed in a transparent vacuum box. That officer quickly opened the box and charged at me with this weapon. I originally wanted to dodge, but halfway through, he suddenly exploded. That was how I obtained this weapon. Blown up? That guy's level was too low and did not meet the requirements of the Stabbing God. Thus, he could not withstand the magical energy contained in the weapon and exploded. Han Xiao guessed. The stronger the weapon, the stronger the individual controlling it. If one did not meet the requirements of the weapon, they would not be able to fully utilize the effects of the weapon. However, there were a small number of weapons that had a risk of exploding if they could not withstand the magical energy. The products of master spellcasters only cared about killing and not burying. I have never even heard of any after-sales service. How could they have such a conscience like me? Han Xiao shook his head. The Stabbing God is most likely used by a beyond grade A super. Since it's a weapon with a name, perhaps there are records of it on the internet. Han Xiao logged into the dynasty's database and searched for the name, Stabbing God. A bunch of information immediately popped up. Opening the file at the top, Han Xiao's heart skipped a beat. According to the information, the deity assassinator was a weapon created by the beyond grade A dwarf mage, Divine Blacksmith Thorn. He was a magic weapon forge master who died in year 79 of the galaxy calendar. In his lifetime, he had created countless pieces of magic equipment and contributed greatly to the development of magic forging in the entire universe. He was a figure that all mage students would definitely see in their forging and enchantment textbooks. According to the file, the Stabbing God was a beyond grade A weapon that Thorn had made for his friend. Furthermore, it was only a part of the Stabbing God set. The Godslayer set was a legendary work left behind by Thorn. It was ranked 3rd in the list of Master Thorn, top 100 legendary works. The individual pieces of equipment were only orange epic grade, but the entire set was a gold universal treasure. In history, the Stabbing God set only had one owner, and that was Thorn's friend, a beyond grade A pugilist with a nickname Holy Spear. Holy Spear disappeared in Galaxy Calendar Year 103, and the set disappeared with him. No one knew the reason for his disappearance, and this was an unsolved case. At this moment, Philip appeared. Lord Hum, I've detected a weak multidimensional energy remnant in this weapon. Should I conduct a detailed inspection? Han Xiao nodded, took out all kinds of detectors, and scanned the deity assassinator. The results were out very quickly, showing the multidimensional energy composition and imprints on the weapon. Among them, the ratio of negative energy was the highest, and the traces of fracture were the most obvious. Clearly, this weapon had been broken by someone using negative energy, and this type of energy was commonly seen in secondary dimensions. So this guy called Holy Spear most likely died in a secondary dimension. Han Xiaoxin thought to himself, this was very reasonable. Exploring the secondary dimension was full of unknown dangers. For pugilists who did not know how to create clones, teleport, or create robots, they could only use their physical bodies to take risks in the secondary dimension. If they were not careful, they would be in deep trouble. How could they be as carefree as mages and mechanics? According to historical statistics, there were two most common ways for a beyond grade A to die. One was to be killed by another beyond grade A, and the other was to die in a secondary dimension and become a missing person. Connecting the dots, Han Xiao had a rough guess. These weapons were drifting in the secondary dimensions and would occasionally encounter wormholes or space-time rifts. They would fall into the main universe and coincidentally land in the dust light star cluster, which was why they were discovered by the Kundi race. He did not know when this had happened, but it seemed like the Kundi race was unable to discover the secrets of magic from this weapon and did not place much importance on it. Thinking about this, Han Xiao looked at Nero helplessly. You even managed to pick it up? It seems like I went too easy on you. My conscience is indeed superfluous when it comes to you. Godfather, what did you discover? Seeing that Han Xiao was looking at him without saying anything, Nero asked. Cough. Han Xiao coughed and said with a solemn expression, according to my analysis, this is an extremely dangerous enchanted weapon. Your strength is not enough to bear the burden, and forcefully using it will be dangerous. Thus, I left it with me for safekeeping. It can't be, right? Nero's face fell, and he said with suspicion, why didn't I feel any burden when I held it? Are you trying to trick me? Holding it is one thing, using it is another. Why would I joke with you? Who do you think I am? Why would I lie to you? Han Xiao said righteously. Nero still wanted to say something, but Han Xiao covered his mouth and pushed him out of the room. Bang! Before Nero could react, the door was closed behind him. Han Xiao's voice could be heard from the other side of the door. If you have nothing to do, you can walk around. If you find anything good, remember to bring it over for me to appraise. Dream on. I'm not coming anymore. Nero said with an indignant expression and ran off like a child whose red packet had been confiscated by his parents. In the room, Han Xiao took out a safe and locked the deity assassinated within. He would only be interested if he could obtain the entire deity slaying set. However, there was only one component, and it was not of much use to him. The probability of him obtaining the entire set was too low, and he did not dare to hope for it. However, the deity assassinator was a treasure for those who relied on close combat. The level 230 restriction was equivalent to a peak grade A+ calamity grade super. He did have such experts under him, and Hardaway was one of them. However, Hardaway was only an Esper, and while he was tanky, there were no bonuses when using a weapon. He was only suited for taking a beating and was not suited for attacking. He was a pure meat shield, unlike Han Xiao, who was tanky and dashing. In Han Xiao's eyes, Lothair was more suited to use the deity assassinator than Hardaway. This was a weapon that Thorn had specially made for pugilists, and only pugilists would be able to unleash its full potential. While Lothair had not reached the peak of his strength, if he obtained this weapon, his assassination ability would immediately increase by 1 or 2 levels. Furthermore, the mission to deal with the mastermind would probably require a master assassin like Lothair. The matter with the Kundi race had come to an end. After settling all the refugees in the Black Star territory, the Red Empire did not stop and immediately resumed their exploration. The war had been delayed for a few months, but they did not fall behind in terms of progress. The dynasty had gained a lot. Taking over the Kundi race's territory was equivalent to obtaining the stargates in the middle of the dust-light star cluster, saving the time needed to slowly build the stargates. Furthermore, the information of the planets in the Kundi race's database had reduced the area that they needed to explore. The dynasty had increased the exploration progress by a large margin. Without any obstacles, the second phase of the exploration was back on track. In the explored universe, the dynasty did not publicly announce this battle. However, they secretly sent out a large number of intelligence personnel to search for the mastermind. Aesop gave a prophecy and pointed out a certain region that the stowaways would pass by. However, this region was further away in an unexplored star cluster, and there were no stargates. The dynasty could only send spaceships over, but they did not know if they would be able to make it in time. Thankfully, Han Shao had made preparations. After waiting for a period of time, the long-range mechanical army finally arrived in the primeval Star River and headed toward the factory that bold explorer had revealed. Chapter 989. Godly Mechanic participated in an event today and stayed up late to write it. Please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 990. On planet Three Kings, two people were walking side by side in the quiet corridor of the government palace. One of them was a high-level intelligence officer, and the other was a high-ranking official of the Moto civilization. His position was Maddie's leader. The two of them chatted casually as they walked. You're in charge of the project of making use of the natives and report directly to the Three Kings. This is a rare opportunity. The high-ranking official walked with his hands behind his back. Maddie, I've always believed in your abilities. However, can you guarantee that the dynasty won't find out the truth? If anything happens, the Three Kings will remember you, and your future will end here. I've said it many times. The dynasty won't be able to find out that we did it. Maddie shook his head and sneered. I've already dealt with all traces a few years ago. The serial number of the spaceship has been completely erased, and I've also used magic many times to interfere with the prophecy ability. The dynasty won't be able to find any information on the spaceship, so what other clues can they have? Even if the dynasty really found out where the spaceship came from, I've already gotten the intelligence officers to erase all the production and transaction records of the spaceship. The dynasty won't be able to find anything. Furthermore, that intelligence officer has disguised himself, and there's nothing suspicious about his resume. Outsiders will only think that he's dead. His confidential files have been temporarily deleted from the database, and I've also transferred him away. No one will be able to find him. Furthermore, we weren't the ones who bought this spaceship, but a private financial group. It's been sold many times, and it was even stolen by galactic pirates. There were no survivors, and it became a missing spaceship. We only secretly seized it more than 10 years ago, and there are no records of it left behind. Thus, if the dynasty wants to find out about this transaction, they won't be able to find us. A few years is more than enough, and I've also made some arrangements. If the dynasty continues to investigate, they will only be led to suspect that it's another supercluster civilization. No matter what, the dynasty won't be able to find any evidence that we did it. Maddie's tone was filled with confidence. After all, sending the spaceship to the Kundi race was something that happened a few years ago. He had already started to erase all traces a few years ago, and he was very confident that the dynasty would not be able to find any clues. The high-ranking official nodded slowly. I'm relieved to hear that. The silver-blue planet slowly rotated in the universe before his eyes like a gem rolling on black velvet. The starlight reflected on the smooth silver armor of the Lord's avatar, and the pitch-black mechanical soldiers silently followed behind, as if they had merged into one with the darkness. This was a comprehensive industrial planet in the primeval Star River, and a large number of financial groups had set up factories here. Bold Explorer revealed that it was a division of labor under a shipbuilding company. It was located on this planet, and it was the origin of the fallen spaceship. This shipyard belonged to the most ordinary type of shipyard. It only mass-produced low-grade spaceships of various basic models. It did not carry out any research and development, and all it earned was production fees. Shipyards like this still had a certain market in the universe, and they mainly accepted orders from the public. After all, basic spaceships were cheap and in high demand, and other advanced shipyards would not invest large amounts of resources to produce such basic spaceships that had no core competitiveness. Before Han Xiao sent out the mechanical army, he had already checked the background of this shipyard in the database. It was just a small private enterprise with no background. The mastermind chose this shipyard. If I'm not wrong, they've already erased all traces. Han Xiao pondered. Although he had an idea in his heart, he still had to check it out to verify the results. Entering the quantum network, his vision turned into a virtual networked world again. The outline of the planet in front of him blurred, and only countless glowing quantum network nodes were left, forming a mottled sea of light. After locking onto the quantum network node of the shipyard, Han Xiao directly entered. The data firewall of a small private enterprise was like air, and it did not have any effect on him. He went all the way to the deepest part of the network and released a huge amount of data. In just an instant, Han Xiao had destroyed the database of this shipyard, and all the information was leaked to Han Xiao. He opened the production log and transaction records and found that the earliest record was only 3 years ago, and the history of the shipyard was far longer than that. As expected, the mastermind did something, Han Xiao thought to himself. He checked the other records and found that this shipyard had an accident 3 years ago. During the production of the spaceship, there was a problem with the energy source, which caused the entire shipyard to explode. The mainframe was destroyed, and all the data was lost. The paper records were also gone, and it almost affected the surrounding enterprises. After the investigation, it was found that there was a very small chance of a natural failure. Han Xiao did not believe that it was a man-made disaster to destroy evidence. If he was the mastermind, not only would he have to erase the records of where the spaceship was produced, but he would also have to turn the spaceship into a ghost ship that had no records for a long time. There are no records, and I still don't know the serial number of the spaceship. This lead is more than half broken. Han Xiao's Lord's avatar's eyes flashed. However, it's not like I didn't find anything. At the very least, this lead revealed that the spaceship was produced in the primeval Star River. Then, the biggest suspects in the primeval Star River would be the 4 supercluster civilizations. The range of possibilities had been narrowed down from the entire universe to just a star field. Of course, there was also the possibility that the civilizations in the other star fields had purposely bought spaceships from other civilizations with the intention of framing them. However, he had to consider the possibility of this happening first. Although he did not have any leads at the moment, in his previous life, the dynasty had also encountered an incident similar to the Kundi race. The natives had been strengthened and sent to their deaths. After the incident with the Kundi race, the dynasty was more prepared and discovered some of the suspects. Among the suspects in the primeval Star River, the Modo civilization, one of the 4 supercluster civilizations, was named the most. They often caused trouble, so how could they not get their shoes wet? The dynasty was not to be trifled with either. The mastermind could erase the clues of the past, but he had no way of changing the clues of the future in Han Xiao's memories. It was as if he had not committed a crime yet, but he would commit a crime in the future. He did not know if the Kundi race incident was caused by the Modo civilization, but since they had a criminal record, they were the biggest suspects. Because the clues were broken, Han Xiao had 2 thoughts. If the accident at the shipyard was caused by someone, he could try to find a records and surveillance of this planet from 3 years ago and see if he could find out who caused the accident. It was easy for the mastermind to tamper with the data of a small private enterprise, but it was much more difficult to tamper with the surveillance of the entire planet. If the mastermind had tampered with the surveillance, Han Shao would just treat it as a dead end. The second method was the dumbest method, which was to use the elimination method. There were only a few civilizations in the primeval Star River that could cause trouble, and he would investigate them one by one. If he did that, the first civilization that Han Shao would investigate would be the Moto civilization, which was the biggest suspect. He had always liked to do two things at the same time. He immediately filtered the records from 3 years ago and matched them with the surveillance of the satellite on the day of the accident. With his powerful computing ability, he quickly obtained a result. There were no suspicious individuals near the shipyard on that day. It's not an outsider? There are two possibilities. First, the mastermind tampered with the surveillance of the entire planet to hide the traces of an outsider. Second, it's an employee. Han Shao could not do anything about the former, so he could only think of an employee. If it was not an outsider, then it could only be an insider. If I'm the culprit and received orders from my superior to do this, then there's no need for me to stay in the shipyard after creating a disaster and completing my mission. Therefore, I need an excuse to leave. In that case, Han Shao opened the obituary of the employees that the shipyard had announced 3 years ago. It listed all the employees that had died in the accident. After the accident 3 years ago, all the surviving shipwrights had been strictly interrogated, and many of them had left their jobs. However, according to Han Zhao's understanding of intelligence agents, the possibility of them faking their deaths to disappear from the face of the earth was higher. This was because it was more clean. Excellent intelligence agents would definitely prepare multiple identities for themselves. Death was equivalent to destroying their identities, washing away their ties, and greatly reducing their worries. Therefore, it was very likely that the culprit was on the death list. The biographies of the galactic residents could be checked through other channels. It was not difficult for Han Shao to check the biographies of these people. Their professional experience and immigration records were all very clear. What he needed to confirm now was whether anyone's biographies were fake. It was easy to tamper with information, but it was not difficult to verify it. It was just more tedious, and that was to visit the companies and relatives shown in the biographies and ask if there was such a person. If someone was found to have faked their biographies, then they could be listed as a suspect. The next step was to use the elimination method that he had just thought of. He would compare the biographies of the suspects with the biographies of the Moto civilization and the other supercluster civilizations to determine if they were the culprit and what organization they belonged to. If the culprit was hiding in the shipyard, they would have definitely used a fake identity and disguised their appearance. However, this was not impossible. The data of the shipyard was gone, but the satellite surveillance of the planet was still there. With Han Zhao's virtual technology, he could set up a model parameter and import these videos and the biographies of those organizations into it. He could then conduct a large-scale, comprehensive analysis to determine the similarity and see through the disguise. This way, he could complete the comparison with the biographies of the civilizations. Then the question was, how could he obtain the biographies of these supercluster civilizations? The Black Star Core did not have much influence in the primeval Star River. Han Shao patted his metal head. He did not know about the others, but someone like Manison, who had a strong desire for control, definitely had a large amount of the biographies of these supercluster civilizations. Even the Radiant Federation had to guard against the virtual intrusion of the Mecha Empire. So Han Shao most likely had a record. How could these supercluster civilizations be spared? With the #1 virtual technology in the universe, it would be a waste not to be the next-door neighbor. All right, looks like I really have to look for the Mecha Empire. Chapter 991. When outsiders mention Manison's organization, they would usually refer to it as the Mecha Empire Mechanical Race, or directly use Manison's name to refer to his organization. His personal name itself represented his organization, and there was no XX organization. Manison's territory was located somewhere in the primeval Star River. Although it was under the jurisdiction of a star system civilization in name, it was actually under Manison's control. Han Zhao's Lord's avatar brought his mechanical army to visit Manison. Before coming, He had already sent a private message, and Manison agreed to meet. The location was set on a planet where the mechanical race lived. He had many planets under his control, and this was only one of them. The Lord's avatar arrived at its destination. In its sight was a mechanical planet. A huge psionic shield enveloped the planet, and there were a large number of mechanical soldiers patrolling the planet around the clock. At a glance, there were about 300 to 400 million of them, and this was only the outer layer patrol team of the planet. That old thing is indeed an old thing. What a rich family. Han Xiao clicked his tongue and shook his head. Manison's territory was vast, and he had deployed machinery factories and armies in many star fields. He also had the mechanical civilization that had already developed as an important support. The exact number of troops was a mystery, and the various organizations only knew that it was an astronomical number. Han Zhao's troops did not have to wait for long before an opening appeared on the planet's shield. A squad of Manison's mechanical soldiers led the way. Following the guide, the Lord's avatar slowly descended, and the situation on the surface became clearer. This was one of the planets where the mechanical race lived. Cities could be seen on the ground, and there were people walking on the streets like ants. These were all members of the mechanical race. Manison was the second beyond grade A in the history of the mechanical race. Although he had transformed into a new species, he still treated the mechanical race as a phased race and was the leader of the race. However, unlike people like Cisco who value their race, the mechanical race was just an important resource to him. He did not have much responsibility or feelings for them. As a race with a beyond grade A inheritance, the mechanical race had superior mechanical talents and provided Manison with a large number of talents. Many of the mechanics under him came from the mechanical race. Furthermore, more than 80% of the mechanical race was a firm believer of the machinery faith. After flying for a while, a huge mechanical floating island appeared in their sights. This was one of Manison's palaces. The Lord's avatar led the mechanical army and landed on the landing platform of the floating island. Dang, 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 dang. The soles of his feet stepped on the ground, producing a heavy metallic sound. As soon as he landed, he heard someone talking not far away. Black Star, I didn't expect you to take the initiative to visit me. With a series of footsteps, Manison's sovereign's avatar walked over. This time, it wasn't his main body that had come to meet him. Seeing this, Han Xiaoxin sneered. Brittle skin, what a coward. After complaining to himself, Han Xiao calmed himself down and said, Don't worry. You invited me to your place a few years ago, but I kept delaying it. It just so happened that I was on the way, so I came over to take a look. His tone was calm, and he did not mention the unhappiness between the two of them. The electronic voice of the Lord's avatar was also emotionless. Manison smiled and did not mention the previous grudge. He had defeated more than one divine throne mechanic. In the eyes of a big shot like him, this conflict had not reached the point where they would fight each other to the death. That was that. As someone at this level, even if there was a competitive relationship, they could still sit down and talk about things calmly. In that case, come with me. I'll take you on a tour of my base. Manison turned around and led the way. Due to the previous virtual battle, the relationship between the two of them had dropped to the freezing point. However, Black Star was a peak beyond grade A after all. Since he had specially come to visit him, Manison would not be rude, nor would he refuse. The two of them walked around the base and saw very common facilities. There was nothing special. Manison was not interested in showing his various trump cards to a potential competitor, just like how Han Xiao did not show him the space-time amber back then. Han Xiao had already expected this. He knew that Manison was not the kind of person who liked to show off his trump cards, so he did not have any other fantasies. The main reason for this trip was to happily do business. After walking around for a while, he entered the conference room with Manison, sat down, and talked about the main topic. Since we're all using our avatars, there's no need for drinks. Manison leaned back in his chair and said calmly, Why are you looking for me today? I want to borrow some information, Han Xiao said slowly. What is it? I want to borrow the confidential personnel files of the primeval star rivers, 4 supercluster civilizations, and other star cluster civilizations. Manison was a little surprised. He sat up a little straighter. What do you want this for? To find someone. Han Zhao's words were concise. He had already gathered the information in his plan. On the list of casualties, there was indeed someone who had forged his resume. Now, he only needed to compare the confidential personnel files. For this, the best choice was to look for the Mecha Empire. The primeval Star River was not a lame civilization like the Kundi race, but a proper supercluster civilization. Their technological strength was only second to the three universal civilizations. Not only would it take a lot of time and effort to infiltrate, but the success rate was also very low. Even if he managed to infiltrate, he would be discovered at any time, and he would not be able to obtain complete information. Furthermore, the files that he needed to compare were not limited to just one. In order to complete the selection, he would have to infiltrate all four supercluster civilizations. Even if he managed to find the culprit, he would offend the other three civilizations. If he could not find the culprit, it would be even worse. He would be making enemies for no reason, and Han Zhao did not want to do such a loss-making business. On the other hand, Han Zhao felt that the mastermind had definitely done something and might have deleted the files of the culprit. If that was the case, it would be useless even if he managed to infiltrate. The Mecha Empire was different. As the big boss of the Radiant Federation, his role in the primeval Star River was equivalent to that of a leader. He had always been collecting intelligence for the Radiant. With four such good neighbors, Old Mike would occasionally sneak into other people's homes to steal and back up a large number of confidential documents. Thus, in the Mecha Empire, he would be able to obtain the complete files of the four supercluster civilizations. Manison pondered for a few seconds before shaking his head. It's impossible for me to lend it to you. I only accept transactions. That's fine. What do you want? The space-time amber. Manison brought it up again. Impossible. Han Zhao rejected immediately. You old fogey, you must be dreaming. You want to exchange a piece of intelligence for a universal treasure? You're really a business genius. Only the Heaven and Earth Bank can accommodate a genius like you. Not even one. Hearing this, Manison spread his hands and did not say anything else. His meaning was clear. Since you don't want to accept my offer, what are your conditions? Han Zhao pondered for a moment before saying, I can publicly announce that I support you to be the strongest mechanic in the universe. I am. Why would I need your support? Manison asked. Isn't it good to strengthen your position? I don't need it. Manison waved his hands. I'm the great Mecha Empire. Why would I need an army? What a joke. Han Zhao stroked his chin and said, or we can make an agreement. I will not challenge your position for the next 50 years. Manison heard this and said with interest, You're saying that you only need 50 years to surpass me? Anything is possible. Han Zhao did not deny it. Manison smiled and said, No need. I don't need such a method to guarantee my position. Han Zhao leaned forward and said, How about I owe you a favor? Only a favor that has to be returned is valuable. Judging from our relationship, your favor is meaningless to me. Manison shook his head, indicating that he was no longer in his business. After a pause, he did not wait for Han Zhao's reply and slowly said, Forget it. Forget it. I can give you the information you want, but you won't be able to give me what I want. Let the Crimson Dynasty talk to me. Han Zhao pretended to ponder and said, If that's the case, why don't I try to convince the Empire to provide you with a batch of evolutionary totems? Manison was not interested. You should give me the evolution cube. Are you awake or asleep right now? Han Zhao's tone was puzzled. Manison was thick-skinned and did not mind. But the totems are useless to me. Are you sure? Han Zhao knocked on the table. You don't need the totems, but you're still leading the mechanical race. The totems should be useful to them, right? Hearing this, Manison started to plan. Seeing this, Han Zhao shrugged and said, I can't give you any more. You have to know that the other organizations have more or less obtained some of the secrets of these civilizations through various channels. Yours is just more complete, but it's not the only one. If you don't agree to this condition, this deal can only be canceled. All right, I agree. Manison nodded lightly. He could get as much information as he wanted, and it was a piece of cake for him. Manison felt that it was still acceptable for him to obtain additional evolutionary totems. Although he did not value this deal, the totems were indeed somewhat useful to the mechanical race. Then it's settled. I'll try to get it from the Empire, Han Xiao said. This was against the rules, but as long as the number of totems sold was controlled, the Empire would not be bothered by such details. Due to the suppression of radiance and ethereal, there were many totems being circulated. Although the Empire did not sell them publicly, if he could obtain the required intelligence, the Empire would not be too rigid. With Han Zhao's position, these were all negotiable. He had originally intended to use the evolutionary totems to exchange for this intelligence. As for the verbal agreement, if Manison dared to agree, he would dare to say it. Han Xiao was not someone who cared about his face like Heber. According to his plan, he still had a lot of room for improvement, and he did not intend to continue fighting with the Mecha Empire. Thus, he did not care about this verbal agreement. If Manison agreed, he could even save the evolutionary totems. Manison only knows that I have great potential, but he does not know how fast I can accumulate strength. His impression of me is still the same as the last time we fought, and he does not know that I have already obtained perfect mechanical sense. As long as I do not fight with him, it will be difficult for him to discover. Han Xiao thought. The reason I'm exchanging for this information is for the mission reward of the Kundi race. Manison might think that this is just a job for the Empire, but he does not know how much I can earn from it. After the two of them reached an agreement, Han Xiao sent out an application to the Empire. The upper echelons knew that he was investigating the identity of the mastermind, and after some discussion, they decided to approve Han Zhao's application. After some discussion, they decided on the number of totems that would be provided. There would only be 100 of them, and it was not a big deal. Manison didn't want to dwell on the details of the deal, so he directly threw the information over. With the information in hand, Han Xiao stood up and said, "The totems will be sent over soon. I'll take my leave first." Okay. Manison did not have any objections and watched as Han Xiao left before secretly leaving the quantum network. Although he had defeated Black Star in the previous virtual battle, that did not mean that Manison did not have the slightest bit of fear. He was worried that Han Xiao would come prepared and imitate his virtual intrusion. Thus, he had already made preparations and reinforced the quantum network node layer after layer, preparing trap. For a virtual mechanic of their level, they could only attack head-on if they wanted to invade the other party. There was no way for them to go around the firewall without being discovered. If Black Star did not admit defeat and wanted to invade, things would not end well for them. He did not expect that Han Xiao would come and go in such a hurry without any intention of causing trouble. All these preparations were for nothing. Looks like he really has no intention of continuing to compete with me. It should be the dynasty that has brainwashed him. Based on Han Zhao's performance earlier, Manison had a guess. The spaceship was far away from the mechanical race's territory. Han Xiao immediately took action. He took out the parameter model that he had prepared long ago, inserted the data that he had prepared, and started matching. With the support of his efficient computing power, the matching was completed very quickly. He locked onto a target. Moto civilization? It really is them. Han Xiao glanced at it and raised his eyebrows. The screen showed that the person who forged the resume was an intelligence officer of the Moto civilization. If it's the Moto civilization, Han Xiao searched his memory for a while and thought of some famous people of the Moto civilization. He took out his communicator and contacted a number. After 2 rings, the call was connected. Only soft breathing could be heard, and the other party did not speak first. "Load hair." "Yes. Come to the primeval Star River. I have a mission, and I also have a gift for you." "Okay." After exchanging a few words, Load Hair hung up. He was a man of few words. He did not need to give any instructions to a reliable adult male and will be able to call him over with just a word. He could now confirm that the Moto civilization was the instigator of the Kundi race incident. However, Han Xiao did not know who the instigator was. However, it did not matter. The mission requirement was to take revenge on the mastermind as much as possible. In that case, he might as well cut the Gordian knot. The current and future famous people of the Moto civilization from all walks of life, one after another. They were all slaughtered by you. P.S. I haven't been on Weibo for a long time. I only opened it at the end of last month. Search for Chijian Chi Pagea. Chapter 992. Of course, even if that was the case, Han Xiao would not be too reckless. Although the mission requirement was to take revenge on the entire Moto civilization, most of them were innocent. If not for the mission, he would not have wanted to do such a thing. The main culprit was still the leaders of the Moto civilization, so Han Xiao decided to target the important officers first. As for the Moto civilization's other celebrities, he decided to observe the direction of the mission first. There was no need to be so extreme at the start. Assassinating a famous person from a superstar cluster civilization would be fine if the person was someone with potential who had yet to mature. However, killing someone with high authority would definitely cause a backlash. After all, the other party was not a pushover. Furthermore, if the officials and officers of an advanced civilization were assassinated on a large scale, the impact would be too bad. Not only would the Moto civilization be enraged, but the other star cluster civilizations would also join forces. In such a situation, everyone would feel threatened and stand on the same side. Therefore, the benefits of having a backer were obvious. Although the dynasty would not do such a large-scale assassination personally, they did not mind having an ally do such dirty work. This was especially so since the Moto civilization was the culprit behind the Kundi race incident. Although the dynasty's losses were small, it was not zero. If they did not cause a storm of blood, how could they be worthy of the soldiers killed by the Kundi race? Furthermore, under the three universal civilizations, suppressing these supercluster civilizations had always been a form of political correctness. If not for the dynasty's endorsement, even if he was the leader of a region, he would definitely have gotten himself into trouble. Assassination had always been an underhanded method, but it had always been effective. From ancient times to the present, history had proven that there was no one who could not die. Without anyone, the wheel of history would still roll forward. The only difference was whether it rolled faster or slower. If the dynasty suppressed the Moto civilization in various fields, although it would be difficult for the supercluster civilizations, it would not hurt them much. Unless the dynasty did not care about their own economic and political losses and was willing to pay a huge price. As for assassination, the cost was low, the method was ruthless, and there was enough intimidation. It would also be effective. Han Xiao decided to do this dirty work. On one hand, it was for the key mission reward. On the other hand, it was because the dynasty wanted to punish the mastermind. Thus, he wasn't afraid that there wouldn't be any impact, but he was afraid that the impact wouldn't achieve the effect of killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Not only did he have to let more people know about the assassination, but he also had to make the other faction suspect that this was done by the Empire. This way, the other supercluster civilizations would know that they would not be implicated. Even if they were dissatisfied, they would not do anything. The Moto civilization started the trouble first, and their opponent was an organization that was stronger than them. Who else could they blame? In this way, the other civilizations would not be on the same side as the Moto civilization. Although it was inevitable that they would feel sorry for the Moto civilization, the warning effect that the dynasty wanted was effective. As for the fact that assassinating a cadre is against the rules of civilization, I am the ruler. Come and tell me if you have the guts. When it came to reasoning, one had to be a hooligan. Unless one was strong enough to make everyone obedient, the idea of using virtue to convince others was basically a fantasy. Han Xiao took out the intelligence provided by the Mecha Empire. The files of the confidential personnel were used to confirm the target of revenge, and now they could be used to choose the target of assassination. The people in charge of the Kundi race plan were most likely high-ranking officers of the various secret departments. Han Xiao decided to make a move on these people first. Since they were not good people, he would just treat it as doing charity. If he killed these officers, the work of the Moto civilization's secret department would be interrupted for a period of time, and there would definitely be losses. I can be considered a big shot now, so it's not suitable for me to do such things personally. Lodehair is the most suitable candidate. Han Xiao nodded. This was not only a mission, but also a form of training. He had always had high hopes for Lodehair. This guy had an intermediate protagonist life providence. He was different from the other protagonists under his command. He was taciturn and reliable. At first glance, he seemed reliable and worth nurturing. Not long after, in a desolate universe belt in the primeval Star River, Lodehair and Han Zhao's mechanical army connected. Your Excellency, Black Star. Walking into the cabin, Lodehair came before Han Zhao's lord's avatar and greeted him softly. Han Xiao sized him up. After so many years, Lodehair was wearing a simple black hooded robe with a black scarf covering his mouth and nose, only revealing a pair of cold eyes. After so many years of training, Lodehair's aura had become even more ethereal and hidden. When he purposely hid his aura, his presence would be greatly reduced. He was a pugilist of the agile assassination style, and also had an assassin subclass. He had all sorts of stealth talents and was self-taught in this aspect. The matter of the assassin society had long been put on the agenda. Lodehair had already recruited a batch of new members and personally trained them. It's been a long time. Here's a list of names and information. Han Xiao knew Lodehair's personality well and did not exchange pleasantries with him. Instead, he handed over a paper document. After receiving the document, Lodehair lowered his head and looked through it carefully. The next moment, a ball of flame suddenly appeared in his hand. Who? The high temperature ignited the document and quickly turned it into ashes. One look, and I can tell that he's a professional assassin. It's not professional if he doesn't burn it. Han Xiao thought to himself. There are quite a few of them. It'll take some time to get rid of them all. Lodehair lightly flicked away the ashes in his hand. There's no rush. I'll provide intelligence support. Han Xiao waved his hands and took a long box from the mechanical soldier beside him. He then handed it to Lodehair. This is a gift for you. Take a look. Lodehair opened the box, and a bright golden light flowed out. He narrowed his eyes and saw what was inside the box. It was the deity Assassinator. While waiting for Lodehair to arrive, Han Xiao had a new team transport the deity Assassinator from the flickering world. Lodehair sized up this broken spear and slowly reached out his hand to grab the spear. The next moment, his pupils constricted. Suddenly, a golden halo rippled out from the point of contact between his palm and the broken spear. Golden threads of energy spread up Lodehair's arm and quickly reached his heart. Lodehair's exposed eyes faintly emitted a golden glow. Seeing this scene, Han Xiao was a little surprised. When he and Nero held the deity Assassinator, such a phenomenon did not occur. Could this weapon have a special bonus to pugilists? However, the item introduction did not mention this. Furthermore, it was not like no other pugilist had touched the deity Assassinator before. Why was this only happening to Lodehair? He patiently waited for a while, and the abnormality on Lodehair's body gradually disappeared. The golden glow in his eyes disappeared, and his pupils returned to their dark black color. How is it? Han Xiao asked. Lodehair did not answer and directly used his actions to demonstrate. He released his hand, and the deity Assassinator floated beside him, nimbly circling around the cabin. He did not use any energy to control it. Suddenly, a golden light flashed, and the deity Assassinator suddenly disappeared. Lodehair pulled up his sleeves, and a tattoo could be seen on his wrist. It was the appearance of the deity Assassinator. With a flash, the tattoo turned back into a spear. This was one of the portable enchantments of the deity Assassinator, which could be used to store items. However, in the hands of Han Xiao and the others, it was in a gray frozen state. Seeing this, Han Xiaoxin roughly understood. You established a soul link with it? For some reason, this weapon resonated with me. Lodehair nodded and extended his hand. The deity Assassinator obediently returned to his palm. Han Xiao instantly felt sour. It was one thing for Nero, but even you are not human. You only touched it once, and you resonated with a gold equipment set component. Why can't such a good thing happen to me? Thinking back, in order to make the space-time amber and the evolution cube fall in love with me, I spent a lot of effort. At this time, Han Xiao suddenly paused and thought of something. Deity Assassin, this name. He suddenly realized that the name of this weapon seemed to coincide with Lodehair's experience in his previous life. In his previous life, Lodehair had gone to assassinate ES God, but the person who had assassinated ES God was none other than the deity Assassinator. Thinking of this, the look in Han Xiao's eyes changed. Damn, so this thing that Nero dug out was for you. Doesn't that make me an old grandpa who gives gifts? The luck glow even has a F***king connection. Can you be any more shameless? Han Xiao only felt tired and said weakly, "Do you like it?" "Thank you." Lodehair did not appear to be very touched, but from the way he played with the deity Assassinator, it was clear that he liked this gift very much. "It's good that you like it. I'll leave the mission to you," Han Xiao said. Lodehair put away the deity Assassinator and nodded solemnly. 2 months later, on a certain colonial planet of the Modo civilization, in a casual bar, there were customers sitting in groups of 2s and 3s. Some came in groups and chatted softly. Some sat alone at the bar, drinking and chatting with the bartender who was wiping the glasses from time to time. In the galactic era, individuals still had the need to socialize. Places like bars were never outdated. The customers there were all having their own fun. However, all of a sudden, the sound of chatting became softer. Everyone stopped chatting and turned to look at the virtual screen floating above the bar. At this time, this virtual screen was playing a piece of news. The bar fell silent, and only the sound of the news could be heard. Yesterday, a shocking super assassination case happened on planet Pidri. The victim was an important confidential official, Maddie. He was ambushed when he was out on a business trip. At the time of the incident, Maddie had plenty of bodyguards around him. However, a strange spear suddenly appeared and pinned him to the ground. Then, the spear disappeared, and the murderer disappeared without a trace. According to reports, this is the 5th high-level official that has been assassinated recently. It has already attracted the attention and anger of the leaders. Not long ago, the 3 kings personally signed a warrant for the arrest of this murderer. This murderer uses a spear every time he commits a crime. We don't know much about him. Although many foreign organizations have announced that they are responsible for this, we still don't know which organization the murderer belongs to or what his goal is. The murderer is able to know the secret whereabouts of high-level officials and even land on the planet through a secret channel, avoiding the entry and exit records. There must be a special organization supporting him. The specific reason is still unknown. Everyone listened to the news and the obituaries silently. They looked at each other with ugly expressions. Some people could not help but worry. What's going on recently? Assassinations keep happening, and the targets are all high-level officials. This is unbelievable. That's right. How many years has it been since something like this broke the rules? They even dared to assassinate officers. This is too much. The guests present were filled with righteous indignation, but other than anger, everyone was also feeling panic and uneasiness. The turmoil of the upper echelons had always caused people to panic. With officials being assassinated one after another, the impact of this was too bad. It was not as simple as a few officers dying. This was a major security incident that would cause panic in the entire society. Normally speaking, the first thing that the Modo civilization would think of when encountering such an incident was to block the news. However, while they could control the media of their own civilization, they could not control the media of other organizations. The first to report this was countless foreign media outlets. Furthermore, the evidence was irrefutable, and there was no way to hide it. The entire star field knew about this in an instant, and countless people were shocked. The Modo civilization did not even need to think to know that this was the doing of the organization behind the assassins. The bartender shook his head helplessly, looked away, and was about to continue wiping the glasses when he suddenly realized that there were a few coins on the bar counter in front of him. Very few people use cash now, but it was not like they did not issue cash. The bartender looked around in confusion and saw that there were empty glasses on the table in the corner. He could not help but scratch his head with an uncertain expression. Was there a customer at that table just now? Why can't I remember? At the same time, on Planet Lighthouse in the flickering world, Han Xiao was called over by Terakov again. In the office, Terakov showed Han Xiao a document. According to Aesop's prophecy, we caught the stowaways who dropped off the spaceships in an unexplored area a few days ago. After interrogating them, we confirmed that your information is correct. The mastermind behind this is indeed the Modo civilization. Thank you for your help this time. Han Xiao smiled and nodded. He had already reported this to the dynasty, but the dynasty was more cautious and only acquiesced to his assassination operation. They did not completely confirm that the Modo civilization was the mastermind behind this. It was not until they captured the stowaways and searched their memories and interrogated them that they officially confirmed it. Also, we found out who the person in charge of the project is from their memories. He's a senior intelligence officer of the Modo civilization, Maddie. We'll need your help to get rid of this person, Terakov said with a deep voice. I'm afraid not. Why? Terakov was surprised. Because the dead cannot die a second time. Han Xiao shook his head with a smile. He then played the news from the primeval Star River and said, "This guy has already been killed. You're too late. You're really fast." Terakov was speechless. You shouldn't be looking for me today just to talk about this, right? I can't hide anything from you. Terakov laughed. I'm mainly here to convey the intentions of the ruler and the upper echelons. Good news or bad news? I don't know, Terakov said slowly. The mastermind behind this has been confirmed, and the dynasty is about to take action. The ruler approved of the recent assassination operation, and this has caused some damage to the social stability of the Modo civilization. Don't worry about this. If the Modo civilization has any objections, we'll talk back and won't affect you. However, the dynasty won't provide you with any practical help, so don't go overboard. Just do the assassination appropriately. If you force the Modo civilization into a corner, it won't be easy. I know that. I'll know what to do. Han Xiao waved his hands and mumbled to himself. If not for the fact that I still have a plan, the three kings might have been on the assassination list. Also, the dynasty is preparing to impose certain sanctions on the Modo civilization in the economic field, but don't have too much hope. We won't invest too much in this area. After all, you know that radiance and ethereal are still suppressing us. Furthermore, we still have to bear the expenses of exploring the flickering world, so we don't have much energy to focus on the Modo civilization. Therefore, we're mainly expressing our attitude and warning the other supercluster civilizations. Han Xiao frowned. If that's the case, the warning effect won't be enough. It'll also let the outsiders see that the dynasty is unable to do anything at the same time, which might make things worse. The dynasty wanted to send out a warning, but did not want to spend too many resources. This was not in Han Xiao's interest. The mission requirement was to cause as much damage as possible to the Modo civilization. His assassination operation might be effective, but this Grade S mission was too simple. It did not show the specific progress at all, so he could not see how long it would take to complete the mission. If the dynasty did not contribute, he would have even more things to do. I understand. Terakov had a helpless expression. It's just that the pressure on the dynasty is too great. If the target was an ordinary star cluster civilization, the dynasty might be able to deal with them easily. However, it was not so easy to deal with a supercluster civilization. If the pressure is too great, just release the rights to sell the evolutionary totem. Han Xiao shrugged. The Radiant Federation and the Arcane Church were pressuring them step by step for the sake of the evolutionary totem. If the dynasty did not give in, the pressure would naturally increase. The Great Mechanic Han did not care. The dynasty had even blocked his benefits. If he let go, he would be able to welcome a large wave of new orders, as well as the service fee for long-term charging. He would be able to make a huge profit, and his funds would be endless. Whoever controlled the evolution cube would be able to grab this huge business opportunity. Some of the upper echelons of the dynasty still wanted to exchange for the cube from Han Shao so that the dynasty could reap huge profits. Therefore, during the second exploration phase, the Limitless Financial Group did not rest and continued to compete with the Germinal Financial Group under the army. This is not something that I can participate in. Tarakov was not willing to talk about this topic and change the topic. However, you don't have to worry about the Modo civilization. The dynasty just doesn't have the time, but it doesn't mean that we won't punish them. I can tell you that the dynasty will completely settle this matter in the fourth exploration phase. Hearing this, Han Xiaoxin's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't the fourth phase the flickering world opening up to the outside world? This was a very good time for the dynasty to settle this matter. Weren't those supercluster civilizations trying to obtain more benefits in the flickering world? When the flickering world opened up to the outside world, the Modo civilizations team would flood into the dynasty's territory, and the dynasty would be able to do whatever they wanted to them. If they were more ruthless, they might be able to make the other party gain nothing in the flickering world. The Modo civilization's future would be bleak if they were recorded by the dynasty. Thinking of this, Han Shao did not have any objections. He thought to himself, let's go. After all, the primeval Star River is their territory, and it won't be good for me to take revenge. When they come to the flickering world, that will be my home ground. If that was the case, the first requirement of the Kundi race mission might not be easy to fulfill, but the second requirement would most likely be completed in version 4.0. Han Shao had originally planned to keep a low profile and accumulate his wealth during the version update period, so he could accept this time. In fact, this was in line with his original plan. Various thoughts flashed through his mind, and Han Shao smiled at Tarakov. All right, when they come to the flickering world, I'll entertain them properly. Chapter 993. After reaching a consensus on the matter regarding the Modo civilization, the two of them talked about the flickering world for a while before turning to casual conversation. Recently, the Dynasty's Science Academy has been learning about the space-time splicing technology. A few of my old friends in the Science Academy told me that this will be a new research direction for the theory of space-time and will allow us to obtain a new trump card in space-time. This is all thanks to you. Tarakov took a sip of tea and casually chatted with him. That's a good thing. However, even without me, the Dynasty would still be able to obtain this technology. Han Shao lowered his head and looked at the cup in his hand. He could not help but look at old Tarakov, who was drinking his tea. Noticing Han Zhao's gaze, Tarakov put down the cup and coughed. The Radiant Federation has a strategic technology like the multi-dimensional sky opening transportation device in the space-time aspect, and our dynasty's research on space-time is inferior to theirs. The space-time splicing technology that we obtain this time might become a representative technology of the dynasty in the future. Thus, it is inevitable that we have to keep it a secret. I know. This technology will not be leaked out from my hands. Han Shao nodded. In his previous life, the space-time splicing technology was monopolized by the dynasty. Now that he had obtained this technology, the dynasty could not monopolize it and could only accept it. He only requested that Han Shao not leak any information. During this period, Han Zhao's level and attributes did not increase by much, but he had obtained many powerful abilities and talents. If the Mecha Empire made a comeback and infiltrated his database like the previous time, he would not be afraid anymore. He would not make the same mistake and let the Mecha Empire steal all his intelligence. Tarakov suddenly thought of something and smiled. Speaking of which, the space-time splicing technology is the greatest wealth of the Kundi race. The Modo civilization is clearly one step ahead of us, but they missed out on this technology because they wanted to kill us with a borrowed knife. They're still in the dark and do not know what they missed out on. If the Modo civilization knew that not only did their plan harm them, but they also gave the dynasty a huge fortune they would probably regret it to death. Seeing that the Modo civilization had gone for wool and come home shorn, both of them laughed happily. After laughing for a while, Terekov changed the topic and suddenly changed the topic. With my status, it might not be appropriate for me to talk to you about this, but I still want to ask you, what plans do you have for your marriage? Han Zhao's expression suddenly became strange. What? You want to be a matchmaker? With our identities, it's not good for you to ask me such a private question. Terekov's expression was a little awkward, but he still continued. The dynasty values the alliance with you and pays close attention to your life. You might not know, but you are very popular among the children of the dynasty's upper echelons. Many of them want to get to know you. Seeing his helpless expression, Han Xiaoxin suddenly understood. The universal civilizations would not interfere with the private lives of the Beyond Grade as. However, the Black Star Corps and the Red Empire were currently in the honeymoon phase of cooperation. The potential that Black Star had displayed had already caused countless upper echelons to place their hopes on him. Furthermore, Han Xiao had always been a golden bachelor, so the idea of a marriage alliance had started to surface. However, it cannot be forced. The dynasty did not have a royal family, but a marriage alliance was still a method that would never go out of date. Some of the upper echelons had such thoughts, and others were also happy to see it happen. With a marriage alliance, the relationship between Black Star and the dynasty would change qualitatively. This way, the issue of the evolution cube would also be easier to deal with. After the marriage alliance, the upper echelons would not find it too difficult to accept letting Black Star keep the evolution cube. On the other hand, the universal civilizations had always valued the Beyond Grade A races. This was the cradle of supers, and the dynasty also wanted Han Xiao to leave behind his descendants as soon as possible. Simply put, they were urging him to get married. The idea of a marriage alliance might not be Urinril's idea. It was probably many of the upper echelons who found Terekov and asked him to pass a message to me, saying that they wanted to give their daughters to me. Han Xiao thought to himself. Seeing that Han Xiao was not speaking, Terekov could only brace himself and continue. If you have time, you can also attend some of the banquets held by the dynasty's upper echelons. Many of their children would like to get to know you. Just to get to know me? They probably want to sleep with me. Humph. Boys have to protect themselves when they're outside. I won't give them a chance. Let's talk about this in the future. Han Xiao laughed and changed the topic. Has the dynasty made any other movements recently? Let me think. Terekov pondered for a moment. By the way, a Beyond Grade A from the Arcane Church has not appeared for a long time. It's not normal. Who is it? Han Xiao had not been paying attention to this recently. Ninja. Do you still remember him? He was also one of the members who attacked Planet Lighthouse. He was the only one who managed to escape with the 10,000 deity scepter. Oh, it's him. Han Xiao recalled. That group of Beyond Grade as had all been sealed in amber, and only Ninja had survived. Ninja has never appeared in public in the past few years, and the Arcane Church claimed that Ninja had been resting. However, as time passed, the situation became more and more suspicious. Even if he was resting, there's no reason for him to not appear in public in the past 10 years. There might be more to this. Is the Arcane Church lying? Han Xiao raised his brows. I feel that Ninja might have gone missing or even died. From this point of view, I feel that Ninja might not have returned to the Arcane Church with the 10,000 deity scepter. Someone killed him, Terekov said solemnly. You mean the 10,000 deity scepter is actually not in the hands of the Arcane Church, but they're pretending that they have it? Han Xiao stroked his chin and said, Makes sense. Over the past few years, I've already unsealed the Beyond Grade as of the Arcane Church, but they have not requested to unseal the 10,000 deity scepter. They said that they thought that the dynasty would definitely not agree to it. However, thinking about it, this is very strange. That's right. Terekov shook his head. However, it doesn't matter who has the 10,000 deity scepter. Without your help, no one will be able to use the 10,000 deity scepter and pose a threat to us. Han Xiao pondered and said, "If that's the case, the dynasty will be the only one who can use it. We might even have a chance to exchange the 10,000 deity scepter from someone else. This way, one of the trump cards of the arcane church will become our weapon. It won't be that easy. We still have to see what the upper echelons think." Terekov was not optimistic. The two of them chatted for a while. Terekov had a regular meeting, so Han Xiao did not disturb him. Han Xiao deactivated the remote projection, and his vision returned to his own room. Thinking back to the conversation earlier, Han Xiao muttered to himself, "The Mogadorian civilization will only target the Mogadorian civilization. Our revenge against the Modo civilization will have to wait until the 4th exploration phase. Let's make more preparations before the start of version 4. So, as he said that, Han Xiao opened Philip's database and looked at the current size of the Black Star Core. After all these years of development, the Black Star Core had stabilized their position as the leader of the Shattered Star Ring. Although they had met some challenges, as long as he was around, their position would not be shaken so easily. In the flickering world, the army had also obtained a territory and had a lot of room for development. In the other star fields, the Black Star Core had more or less established branches, but their scale could not be compared to the Shattered Star Ring and flickering world. Their main forces were still in those 2 star fields. Now that the 2nd exploration phase was back on track, although there would be more people entering the 3rd exploration phase, without an obstacle like the Kundi race, the universe would be able to develop steadily for more than 10 years. It would only become restless in the 4th exploration phase. During this period, the army will have enough time to build in the flickering world and gradually perfect all aspects of the territory. The machinery civilization and the Black Spirit race will also be able to develop greatly. The same goes for the Kundi race's modification. Han Xiao thought to himself, these were all important ships for the army to develop to the next stage. He could not help but think about the external pressure he was facing. Needless to say, the Mecha Empire had a conflict of interest that was difficult to resolve. The Limitless Financial Group had always been fighting for the market and would probably not stop. The dynasty was facing the problem of the evolutionary totem, but was not easy for him either. The World Tree coordinates were also a ticking time bomb that could topple the entire universe at any time. Now that the Modo civilization has been added to the list, there are really many problems that need to be dealt with. Han Xiao shook his head and let out a sigh. There were many enemies, and they were extremely powerful. In order to deal with them, his faction and personal strength were indispensable. When the players return, my combat strength will quickly increase again. Only then will I be able to deal with these problems more securely. Han Xiao nodded. Although his efficiency of earning experience was not low, it could not be compared to the terrifying speed of harvesting leaks. He did not plan to just wait. Since he could not level up, he planned to use this time to explore how to create universal treasures. A mechanic would always have a way to increase his strength. It was already very good for a Beyond Grade A to have 1 universal treasure, but Han Xiao had 2. He did not mind having a 3rd. Speaking of which, the next batch of Beyond Grade as will be born in version 4. 0. I become a senior. Han Xiao shook his head and smiled. Thinking of this, he could not help but think of Hela, who was cultivating in seclusion. It had been a while since they last met, and he missed her a little. Ever since they left that small place called Blue Star, the two of them rarely met. She'll probably be able to step into the Beyond Grade A realm in version 4. 0. Allowing the Goddess of Death to reappear in the universe. Han Xiao had high hopes for Hela. Among the officers, the one with the highest chance of becoming a Beyond Grade A was Hela. Hardaway, Lotehair, Fu Ding, and Loggy also had potential, but they were still too far away from becoming a Beyond Grade. Maybe I can think of a way to strengthen the officers of the army. Han Xiao thought about it and pulled out a piece of information. This was ES God's inheritance, information about the primal chaos mysterious energy. According to the information, the primal chaos mysterious energy would appear in version 4. 0. Although he could not use this special Esper ability, it would not stop him from capturing it and slowly finding a suitable host. This opportunity was very rare, and he did not plan to miss it. Red Empire territory, a certain transit hub in the Constellation Corridor. The strip club was lively and noisy, and the music was deafening. However, in a remote booth in the corner, the atmosphere was completely different. The two of them sat opposite each other. One of them was wearing a hooded windbreaker, so no one could see what he looked like. The other was an intelligent creature covered in lumps. He looked a little like an upright toad and wore a pair of glasses. This is what you want. The toad man took out a small memory chip, pushed it in front of the other party, and said in a low voice, "The information is all in there. Find a matching machine to check it." The hooded man took the chip and pretended to leave. This time, the toad man could not help but stop him and ask with a deep voice, "I don't understand. I've been clean for many years and have long cut off contact with the people in the intelligence organization. Very few people know my identity. How did you find me? Who are you?" The hooded man's voice was hoarse as he said coldly, "Don't you think it's redundant to ask the identity of a person who's covered his face?" Then he strode out of the transaction site, took a few turns in the hub, and quietly boarded a galactic flight, leaving this place. In the cabin, he took off his hood and revealed a pale face. It was God. He took out a machine, disconnected from the network, and inserted the memory chip he bought from a special person. Very soon, a piece of information appeared on the screen. After looking at it for a while, God's lips curled up. "That's right, it's information about the primal chaos mysterious energy. P.S. Happy Chinese Valentine's Day. I wanted to take a leave of absence for a date, but I suddenly realized that I don't have a girlfriend, so I'll just write my story." Chapter 994. Primeval Star River, Modo Civilization, Three Kings Planet. Recently, there have been a lot of assassinations of officials, which has caused an extremely bad impact on society. The identity of a murderer is unknown, but judging from the clues, the Red Empire is behind these incidents. Clearly, Matty failed, and his methods were not able to hide from the dynasty. In the Internal Affairs Pavilion, an important meeting was going on. Many ministers were gathered to discuss the recent events, and everyone had an ugly expression. The series of assassinations of officials had affected the stability of society, making countless Modo citizens feel anxious. The entire ruling class also felt ashamed. With their own safety threatened, all of these high-ranking ministers were furious beyond words. Too arrogant. Does the dynasty really think we're those low-level civilizations that can't fight back? If we join forces with the other supercluster-level civilizations in the primeval Star River to become independent and separate this star field from the rule of the three universal civilizations, let's see how they'll deal with this. A bad-tempered military minister slammed the table furiously. "Don't say such things out of anger," someone reminded him. The others present did not take this seriously. Although all the supercluster-level civilizations had a grudge against the three universal civilizations for a long time and wanted to replace them, there was no turning back for independence. Unless they were confident, no one would support it. After venting for a while, they returned to the main topic and discussed how to deal with this. "No matter what, we have to stop more assassinations from happening first, but we can't give in to the dynasty. There's nothing much to say to them. They'll definitely want to prove that we're using the natives and compensate us for their losses. Dream on." "That's right. Declare that this incident has nothing to do with us. If the dynasty shows us evidence, we'll insist that it's fake. Also, we have to prove that the dynasty assassinated our officials without any reason and submit a request to the Civilization Conference to punish this despicable method. Radiance and Ethereal should be on our side, and we can also rope in more supercluster-level civilizations. The universe isn't ruled by the dynasty alone." Someone shook his head, not optimistic about this plan. "The flickering world is about to be open to the outside world. I don't think anyone will want to openly fall out with the dynasty. Then what do we do? We can't just let the dynasty kill our officers. Humph, let's just give them an eye for an eye. They assassinated our officers, and we'll assassinate their officers. It's as if we don't have supers." Someone could not help but object. Assassinate the dynasty's people? Have you all forgotten the tragedy of the Pinnacles incident? Hearing this, most people's faces filled with anger. They had not forgotten this shameful history from thousands of years ago. The beyond grade, as of the three universal civilizations, had hurt each other, and because they were worried that they would lose the strategic advantage of individual strength, they made up a groundless accusation and slaughtered all the beyond grade A allies of the superstar cluster civilizations, including the Moto civilization, before leaving. This move not only greatly damaged the strength of the superstar cluster civilizations at that time, but also left a long-term negative impact. Many beyond grade, as were worried about their personal safety and did not dare accept the recruitment of the superstar cluster civilizations. The three universal civilizations used this to capture even more beyond grade which was almost a fatal blow to them. Therefore, the Moto civilization knew that the other party could assassinate their people as revenge and a warning. However, once they assassinated the other party, they would be challenging the ruling power of the three universal civilizations, which would cause a bloody storm. The Federation and the Church would no longer watch the show and would join the dynasty to deal with Moto. When it came to protecting their authority, the three civilizations were all in the same boat. They had experienced this kind of behavior many times, and they had to swallow their anger time and time again. Don't go too far. The assassination is just a small matter. The dynasty knows what they're doing. They won't dare push us too far, but we have to fight back, and we have to pay attention to the strength of our counterattack. We can't touch the dynasty itself, so we can only take a step back and deal with their allies. But it's only limited to their allies. Don't kill any beyond grade I think Bayoni is very suitable. His organization is rooted in the primeval Star River, so it'll be easy to deal with him. This will also show our attitude. With just a few words, they had decided Bayoni's bad luck for a period of time. To supercluster level civilizations, unless it was someone like Manison from the Mecha Empire, Kasi, Black Star, or Han Shao, ordinary beyond grade, as were nothing in their eyes. Even a star cluster could kill a beyond grade A, let alone a supercluster level civilization. The dynasty sent people to assassinate our officials, so we definitely have to take revenge. As for the fact that we were the ones who schemed in the beginning and caused the Empire to suffer losses in the war, we were in the wrong. So what? Wasn't that our goal in the first place? We're all gangsters, so let's not talk about each other. This time, someone said worriedly, "These are all trivial matters. What I'm concerned about is that the dynasty will restrict us from entering the flickering world in the future because of this matter. What's there to be afraid of? The flickering world will be open to the outside world sooner or later. Even the dynasty won't be able to stop this. If they specifically prohibit us from entering, then we'll cause trouble. Not only us, but the other supercluster level civilizations will definitely stand on our side. Let's see if the dynasty can withstand the pressure." The Moto civilization was not worried about offending the dynasty and losing the opportunity to enter the flickering world. All the supercluster level civilizations knew that even if the flickering world was open to the outside world, the three universal civilizations would definitely suppress their development. Therefore, they had already formed a strategic alliance in private and decided to work together. The flickering world was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so the supercluster level civilizations were willing to work together for it. Even if the Moto civilization was the only one being suppressed in the flickering world, the other supercluster level civilizations would also step forward to support them. Although none of them liked helping their competitors, working together to break the blockade of the three universal civilizations was more important. On this issue, the supercluster level civilizations understood the principle of if the lips were gone, the teeth would be cold and would not be divided by others. Furthermore, the dynasty could not do anything at the same time, so they could only use the harmless method of assassination as a warning. The Moto civilization realized this and was not afraid at all. They secretly rubbed their palms together, waiting for the flickering world to open to the public. The supercluster level civilizations had the confidence to fight against the three universal civilizations. After all, They were different from the star cluster level civilizations and did not have the space to curry favor with the three universal civilizations. They could only fight and snatch. In the limitless financial group headquarters, the Mecha Empire Manison, Void Overlord Kasui, and Beast Ancestor Rutan visited Sorokin again. May I know why the three of you are looking for me today? In the bright and clean financial group leader's office, the four of them sat in a circle. Sorokin glanced at the three of them and smiled. Do you still remember our deal? Garutin said in a low, muffled voice. Of course. I'm in charge of competing with the Black Star Corps, squeezing their business space, and applying external pressure to help you guys obtain the evolutionary totem, Sorokin said calmly. Kasui opened his mouth and said, However, your results in the past few years don't seem to be very good. The Black Star Corps withstood the pressure of the limitless financial group and did not achieve the desired effect. This made the organizations behind the three of them very unhappy, and Manison and the other two were here to hold them accountable on behalf of the organizations behind them. Sorokin did not mind and slowly said, As I said, the Black Star Corps is not so easy to deal with. We hope you can increase your efforts. No problem. Sorokin chuckled. However, I have already shown my sincerity. Now, it's your turn. The three of them understood that Sorokin was asking the organizations behind them to fulfill a part of the cooperation agreement. Otherwise, they could not voice their opinions. It's not a big problem, Manison said calmly. Those resource support, preferential policies, and deep cooperation projects will be implemented very soon. Then I'll wait. Sorokin smiled. It just so happens that my next plan also needs to wait for the right time. What plan? Garutin asked. Sorokin cleared his throat and slowly said, After several years of competition, the Black Star Corps has been in the past few years. After a few years of competition, the Black Star Army and I have reached a stalemate. It is very difficult to find a new breakthrough in the Shattered Star Ring. Therefore, I'm aiming for the Flickering World. That will be the new development center of the Black Star Corps. I have insider information that the dynasty will open the Flickering World to the public during the 4th exploration phase. At that time, it'll be a carnival for the entire universe. Countless organizations will enter and form a new structure, especially in the area of commerce. Countless financial groups will be waiting to seize the market. This is also my chance. He had long had his eyes on the development of the Flickering World and was waiting for the limitless financial group to enter and seize the market. At that time, he could use economic means to pressure the Black Star Corps. After the army obtained the benefits of the territory, they would have to bear the responsibility and risk of managing it. Sorokin wanted to open up a new battlefield in another base of the army. The production, demand, and circulation of resources in the territory were huge markets. The limitless financial group had plenty of ways to use their wealth to seize market share and squeeze out the survival space of other normal enterprises in the Black Star territory. At that time, whether it was remotely controlling some galactic enterprises to affect the efficiency of resource circulation, using trade means to increase obstacles for the economic development of the Black Star territory, or building smuggling and intelligence channels around different industries in the Black Star territory, all of these could bring more pressure to the Black Star Corps. These were the methods that the limitless financial group was familiar with. Of course, Sorokin's main goal was still to expand the limitless financial group. Compared to the benefits of the Flickering World, the cost of suppressing the Black Star Corps was not worth mentioning in his eyes. The small conflict between the Red Empire and the Moto civilization did not develop into a more serious conflict due to the restraint of both sides. It did not have much of an impact on the peaceful development of the entire universe. The main theme of exploration and expansion affected many aspects. Most civilizations and civil organizations were content with their lot and had been paying attention to the development progress of the Flickering World. They were also silently preparing manpower and resources for the opening of the Flickering World in the future. Due to the influence of the overall environment, the situation in the galaxy remained peaceful. Occasionally, there would be small conflicts, but they were not harmful to the overall situation. In such an environment, the dynasty's second exploration phase was successfully completed, and the third exploration phase began. The dynasty used this as a bargaining chip to sign more allies and vassals, making the third exploration phase's army grow even stronger. During peaceful times, the footsteps of time seemed to be even more silent. It was as if one would only realize that 1 year had passed when they turned around. Without too many twists and turns, the dynasty completed its goal on schedule, and the third exploration phase smoothly came to an end. On July 15th, year 729 of the galaxy calendar, the Red Empire finally released an official decree that the entire universe had been waiting for. Not long after, the fourth exploration phase, the flickering world, would officially open to the public. It was like detonating a psionic bomb. The universe that had been peaceful for more than a decade instantly boiled over. Chapter 995. The news that the flickering world was about to open in the fourth exploration phase swept across the world like a hurricane. The entire universe had been waiting for this day for far too long. Every star field was bustling with activity, and the civilizations and organizations in the various regions were all recruiting. Apart from the organizations, countless galactic residents were also on the move, eager to travel to the new star field. Many people wanted to try their luck and find opportunities to make a fortune or choose a place to settle down. Countless troops and resources were mobilized, and the dynasty had only confirmed the time. Before the flickering world was truly opened, so many people and resources would be waiting in the Shattered Star Ring. It was obvious that the Shattered Star Ring would quickly become saturated and bustling. The birth of a new star field would share the population and resources of the entire explored universe. Even the original structure of the various star fields would be affected. A massive wave of immigrants gradually took shape, swarming toward the flickering world from all directions. Like a new gold rush, the tide of the era swept the living beings forward one after another. The surface of the reddish-brown or planet was filled with excavation wells. Transport vehicles passed through the collection factories, and prisoners wearing the prison's special miner armor were excavating ores in the ore veins. Streams of industrial waste rose from the various refineries like fingers pointing to the sky. A deep and gloomy ring-shaped prison sat in a ring-shaped mountain range. The deep galaxy in the sky cast a cold glow on the iron-gray walls of the prison. Congratulations, you're out of prison. Stepping out of the line between freedom and imprisonment. Even the air filled with industrial waste seemed to have become fresh and sweet. Seeing the usually strict prison guard smile at him, Evans felt as if a lifetime had passed. The heavy, stuffy, and stinky prison miner armor finally left him. He was only wearing simple clothes and carrying a light suitcase. He could not remember how long it had been since he was so relaxed. Not far away, a hovering vehicle was parked. This was the prison shuttle, responsible for transporting prisoners to the spaceport outside the atmosphere. At this time, a man in military uniform was standing beside the vehicle, waving toward this direction with joy on his face. Although they had not seen each other for many years, Evans could still recognize at a glance that the man in military uniform waiting for him was his childhood friend. He could not help but laugh. He quickly stepped forward and hugged the other party. Their thick chest muscles collided, making a dull sound. "I'm here to pick you up. How had you been in prison all these years?" "Work, eat, and sleep. Every day is the same." Reuniting after so many years, the two of them were very excited and had almost endless things to talk about. Evans grabbed his childhood friend's arm and looked him up and down. He sighed and said, "Time really flies. Before I went to prison, you were still a thin and weak kid running around behind me with snot bubbles coming out of your nose. I didn't expect you to become a soldier now. You've changed a lot, too. Let's not just stand there. Get in the car." The two of them took a shuttle to the spaceport and took a directional flight. It took them dozens of minutes to arrive at a nearby colonial planet. They walked all the way and chatted happily. This prison was located on an or planet that was built around colonial planets. All kinds of prisoners were gathered there, and they all worked as laborers on the planet. When he returned to the bustling city, his childhood friend had already booked a room in a famous hotel. He was treating them to a meal to welcome Evans back. After being in prison for so many years, Evans had not eaten anything other than nutrition cream for a long time. He wolfed down 80% of the food until he was full. Holding his bulging stomach, Evans let out a sigh of relief. This time, his childhood friend took out a box and opened it on the table. Inside was a galactic communicator, translator, and other necessary items. There was also a folded mechanical suit. I prepared everything for you. I've even opened an account for you with 15,000 anas in it. I'll take the other things. You can take the anas back. I don't need them. Working in prison also gives me a small salary. I've saved some money too. Evans waved his hands. How can I do that? You saved my life in the past. If not for you, how could I have the life I have now? Please accept my repayment, his childhood friend said loudly. He had always been grateful to Evans. Back then, in order to protect him, Evans had killed a super who was doing evil and went to prison because of that. Superhuman abilities would magnify the dark side of some people. Some people enjoyed the privileges and convenience of supers, but turned around to seek a sense of superiority from ordinary people. They took pleasure in abusing, humiliating, and mocking ordinary people, using their abilities to do evil. The two of them had once met such a super, and their lives were threatened. Evans was only an ordinary person, but he managed to find a way to kill that grady villain. His childhood friend had already become a sergeant and had also tested for super genes, awakening as a super. However, Evans had tested that he did not have any super genes and would be an ordinary person for the rest of his life. He had always felt sorry for Evans. With Evans' abilities, if he also had the talent to become a super, he would definitely be much stronger than him in the future. Sigh, this is fate. I appreciate your kindness, but I don't want your money. If we're brothers, don't think about using material things to repay me. Evans smiled and said with a firm attitude, If you're willing, you can stay at my house. His childhood friend did not give up. You're already married, so I won't disturb you. If you want to be a soldier, I can find someone to get rid of your criminal record. No need. I'm just an ordinary person. I'll be cannon fodder even if I'm a soldier. Evans knew that he would never become a super, but he did not care. He did not have the bad habit of lamenting about the unfairness of fate. The way he saw it, if he had the time to lament, he might as well do more things. Then, what do you plan to do in the future? His childhood friend was helpless. Let's find a job first. We'll talk about the rest later. Evans picked up his communicator, opened the online channel, and browsed through the recent recruitment information. He was shocked. The recruitment information was densely packed. No matter which organization it was, the first core requirement was exactly the same. Job location, flickering world. As long as this requirement is met, as long as you are not a wanted criminal, no matter what you do, we want you. His childhood friend took a look, shook his head, and said, Some time ago, the Red Empire finally confirmed the opening of the flickering world to the outside world. The organizations in various regions are wantonly recruiting people willing to go to the flickering world. The entire universe is bustling. Evans pursed his lips. In his impression, the concept of the flickering world was still stuck at the Crimson Tide period. During his time in prison, he had been isolated from the outside world, and the outside world had changed greatly. Evans looked down at the screen, full of recruitment messages, and nodded slowly. Flickering world, let's go take a look. It's finally opening. Star pupil Protoss Cisco stood in front of the window, looking at the night view of the city outside with his 7 eyes. After the Planet Lighthouse incident, he had been keeping a low profile and resting quietly. After more than a decade, the negative impact of being forced by Han Shao to hand over the ownership of the Evolution Cube had basically disappeared. He was still a great leader in the eyes of most people. Although he was very close because he was an ethereal person, he could only watch as Black Star and the Tyrant took the initiative in the flickering world. Cisco was both envious and impatient. He had been waiting for this day for a very long time, and he also wanted to have a share of the pie. The way he saw it, the flickering world was also an opportunity for the star pupil Protoss. They were restricted everywhere in the shattered star ring, and this situation would only worsen with the expansion of Black Star and the Tyrant. He had no choice but to open up a new path for the star pupil Protoss. This way, the Arcane Church would have an excuse to intervene and support him, obtaining more benefits in the flickering world. The star pupil Protoss would also benefit greatly. Thinking of the past, Han Zhao's figure could not help but appear in Cisco's mind. Black Star. He has also been silent for more than a decade. It seems like after reaching the peak of the Beyond Grade A level, he also stopped moving forward. P.S. Organizing the follow-up outline today, I did not write much. By the way, a book about espionage warfare, The Old Alley, written by a veteran master of concealment. 300,000 words have been published, bringing you into 1936, which is about to welcome the flames of war. Chapter 996. Today was the day of the annual Black Star Party. The Black Star Corps headquarters in the Shattered Star Ring was filled with representatives of countless organizations. After more than 10 years, the Black Star Party had become the signature event of the Black Star Corps. Compared to previous years, the number of guests attending the party today was many times more. Many of them came from organizations from other star fields, and they were all organizations that were preparing to head to the Flickering World for gold. Now that the Flickering World was about to be opened, even more people came to check it out and try to befriend Black Star. After the third phase, the total number of star clusters that had been explored had increased to 9. Among them, the Dawn Star Cluster was the entrance to the Flickering World and was under the control of the dynasty. Geru, Renault, and Crown in the first phase were mostly given to their important allies. The 5-star clusters explored in the second and third phases had a lot of room for development. The dynasty had a large number of vacancies and was prepared to share the construction costs among the organizations in the universe. The dynasty's official announcement stated that the Black Star Corps would be given 2 new star systems. They would be located in the Russo Star Cluster in the second phase and the Mark Star Cluster in the third phase. As for the other allies, only a small portion of them would be given territory in the later phases. Compared to the first phase, the dynasty would not give out too much territory to be distributed. They were more concerned about placing national pillars and powerful allies in the subsequent star clusters to maintain the dynasty's control over the various star clusters after the opening. With 9 star systems in their hands, the Black Star Corps was currently the largest organization in the Flickering World, second only to the dynasty. Therefore, many organizations hope to curry favor with the Black Star Corps in order to gain more benefits when exploring the Flickering World. The banquet hall in the headquarters was packed with people, and it was extremely lively. Different intelligent species were chatting with each other everywhere, and their outfits were even more bizarre. It was like an exhibition of all races. Many of them were attending the Black Star Party for the first time. They gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, observing the venue, whispering, and identifying the officers of the Black Star Corps. That woman surrounded by the representatives of the star cluster civilizations is the chief administrative officer under Black Star, Sylvia. She's the general manager of the Black Star Corps and is said to be very capable. The one beside her is the fleet commander Haluz, and the one beside him is his student Mia. She stepped into the Calamity Grade a year ago and single-handedly eradicated a galactic rebel army with a Calamity Grade. She's said to be the lover of the young Commander Nero. Look over there. That's the Vice Army Commander Logi, the former forbidden sorcerer commander of the Hidden Red Robe Abbey, the honorary minister of the Magic Department, and he manages tens of thousands of Black Star Super Academies. Last year, he made it onto the list of Beyond Grade A seeds of the Shattered Star Ring. The one beside him is Tomar, a magic genius. I heard that Austin wanted to poach him a few years ago, but was rejected by Black Star. The one looking at the blueprints in the corner is Reynold, who's in charge of the logistics department. The one beside him is the vice director of the intelligence department, Shazik, and the one with a mustache is the upper echelon of the Germinal Financial Group, Enterprise. The people in charge of most of the departments and important officers of the Black Star Corps are here. There are more than 30 calamity grades here. And this is only a portion. I heard that the most elite Black Star Guards under Black Star are stationed in the flickering world. Powerful fellows like Hardaway and Fuding are not here. The entire Black Star Corps has an estimated 60 to 70 calamity grades and 2 beyond grade A seeds. Black Star has been living in seclusion for the past few years and rarely appears in public. I can only see him at Black Star's gatherings. I wonder if I'll have a chance to talk to him later. Just as everyone was chatting softly, a remote projection suddenly appeared on the stage. Many guests were paying attention to this side, and their gazes were immediately attracted. They all bowed and greeted this figure. "Your Excellency, Black Star." Han Shao nodded, smiled, and said softly, "Welcome to the Black Star Corps." 10 years was just a blink of an eye to his lifespan. Time could not leave any traces on his body, and he was still a baby. As soon as the main character appeared, the place became even livelier, and countless people rushed up to chat. Han Shao was already used to it. He smiled and chatted with those who were either respectful, excited, or greedy while observing these people. In his impression, there were quite a few organizations that were quite active in the flickering world. Other than the 3 universal civilizations and the supercluster level, some neutral civilizations and civilian organizations also played an important role in the flickering world. The complicated interests built the stage for the players to be active in version 4.0, and it also gave the players the opportunity to make trouble. Now, because of Han Zhao's hard work, the army had obtained an advantage in the flickering world. With the 9-star systems as their foundation, they could connect to more organizations and form a new network of interests and relationships in the flickering world. This was also the reason why he held the banquet today. Han Shao talked to the crowd while taking note of these organizations and comparing them to the situation in his memory. After sending off the guests, the officers followed Han Shao to his office. "Army Commander, the flickering world is about to be open to the outside world. This day has come. We need to make more preparations to welcome the impact," Sylvia said. "Just follow the plan." Han Shao nodded. The army had been preparing for more than 10 years, and they had done all the necessary preparations. All that was left was to tie up the loose ends. When the flickering world was opened, it would be the start of version 4.0. When the players returned, the cross-star field mode would be activated, and players from all regions would flock to the flickering world. Compared to the other players who headed to the flickering world for the first time, the Black Star Corps players undoubtedly had an advantage. Han Shao allowed them to come into contact with the flickering world in version 3.0. Han Shao had been waiting for this day for a long time. The Black Star Corps now had the confidence to welcome the impact of the new players. At the same time, this was also an opportunity to expand his leak farm. With his efforts, the army had become the largest private organization in the flickering world. It could provide more convenience to the players and was more attractive to them. Over the past 10 years, the combat strength and ability of the officers under his command had improved. Han Shao did not stay idle either. He expanded the Mech Legion and perfected the Dimension Factory. At the same time, he continued to convert more first-generation mechanical lives to help the development of the mechanical civilization. Although he still had not figured out how to create universal treasures, Han Shao would occasionally send out mechanical troops to look for opportunities to obtain some easily obtained talents and complete missions. He had accumulated quite a number of random reward chances, and he had also completed quite a few rounds of the Flickering World main storyline mission. The experience he obtained was basically spent on upgrading his skills to obtain potential points to increase his class knowledge. Therefore, his personal level did not increase much and was still around level 300. Other than that, Han Shao also looked for more energy training technique from other beyond grade, as and slowly increased his upper limit through long-term training. Due to the existence of the interface, the training speed of his skills could be quantified, and the efficiency far exceeded that of other beyond grade as. After more than 10 years of accumulation, Han Zhao's foundation was not weak anymore. He was barely worthy of being a peak beyond grade A mechanic. However, compared to before, many organizations in the outside world probably think that my personal strength has stagnated. Now, everything is ready, and I just need to wait for the start of version 4.0. Then, my strength will truly welcome a new period of rapid growth, Han Xiao thought. Godfather, I have a request. At this moment, Nero stood up. Speak. Han Xiao turned around and looked over. Nero had already grown up. Although he still had a baby face and did not grow taller, he had already lost his childishness, and his temperament had become much more mature. Over the years, Nero had been his right-hand man and had helped him a lot. I want to take some time off and return a blue star to accompany my father and bring Mia back, Nero said with a deep voice. Then go back and accompany him. Bennett was getting older, and, as the leader of Blue Star, he had always been busy. Nero would occasionally take time off to visit him, and Han Xiao naturally did not have any objections. After checking on the work of the various officers, his communicator suddenly rang. Han Xiao glanced at it and waved for everyone to leave. He then picked up the call, and Tarakov's figure appeared on the virtual screen. Black Star, the flickering world is about to open. You already know what to prepare. I have something else to talk to you about today. Speak. In the past few years, new beyond grades have been born in a few star fields. You should have paid attention to it, right? One of the beyond grade has chosen to join the dynasty and will soon head to planet Crimson Ring to meet the ruler. The dynasty is preparing to gather our beyond grade A allies to meet him. Do you plan to meet him? Every new beyond grade A received such treatment, and Han Xiao was the same back then. Over the past few years, new beyond grades have been born, but they were all from other star fields. Other than Han Xiao, there was still no new beyond grade as in the Shattered Star Ring. Now, he cannot be considered a new beyond grade as. Looking at the information sent by the dynasty, Han Xiaoxin's heart skipped a beat. This person was a beyond grade A who had joined the dynasty at this stage in his previous life, and he had made the same decision this time. All right, I'll go and meet him then. Han Xiao agreed, but his thoughts could not help but drift away. Version 4.0 is about to open. I wonder how Hela is doing. At the same time, in a certain desolate universe belt, Ames floated in the outer space of a planet, looking down at the ground. Her dark eyes reflected the boundless dark red color. The red energy was like a tide, washing over the surface of the planet. Countless bones were swept by the red energy and instantly turned into dust. The hard ground seemed to have turned into clay, and with the source of the energy as the center, a crater was formed, which was still expanding rapidly. All of a sudden, the overflowing red energy turned into a tsunami-like wave, rushing into the sky. On the tip of the wave stood a red figure, as though she was walking on a sea of blood. Under the transformation of her species, her exquisite face became even colder, filled with the coldness of someone who did not care about life and death. Seeing this, Ames smiled. Welcome to the territory of the beyond grade as. Chapter 997. The red energy that filled the sky quickly returned to Hela's body, and the red light in her eyes gradually disappeared. Her aura had completely changed. After training outside for about 20 years, Hela had finally taken this step. In her previous life, she had become a beyond grade, even earlier than this, and she already possessed such potential. After transforming into a beyond grade A species, Hela's appearance became even more exquisite. Her skin was clean and flawless, and her genes were greatly improved. Although her growth speed could not be compared to that of Black Star, Ames was still amazed by Hela's talent. Compared to the 100 years it would take to transform into a beyond grade A species, Hela's special grade S Esper ability had greatly shortened this process. How do you feel? Ames sized up Hela, her eyes filled with appreciation, as though she was looking at a piece of art. Very magical. Hela felt the changes and pondered. So, this is the world in the eyes of the beyond grade A super. Everything is different now. He, Take your time to appreciate it. We have plenty of time. Ames chuckled. Hela exhaled, and a look of excitement flashed through her eyes. The current me should be able to catch up to Black Star's footsteps. I can go home. Ames controlled the force field, took out a communicator, and handed it to Hela. She smiled and said, "Do you want to share this good news with him?" Hela took the communicator, hesitated for a few seconds, and shook her head. "No, wait for me to go back personally and give him a surprise." Constellation Corridor, Planet Crimson Ring. A disc-shaped spaceship passed through the psionic seal ring and slowly headed toward the dynasty's mother planet. In the cabin, a tall figure stood in front of the porthole, silently looking at Planet Crimson Ring. This person's entire body was bright silver, and his skin was like flowing liquid metal. There was only a pair of metallic eyes on his face, and the rest of his body was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the galaxy outside the window. He was not wearing any clothes, and there were no signs of sex on his body. He was a new Beyond Grade A born 5 years ago, and he was once a Beyond Grade A seed in the Sea of Star Spirits. 100 years ago, he used a special method to lock himself in the core of a dying star and underwent a near-death trial. 100 years later, he broke out of his cocoon and completed his species transformation. What was born from the core was already a new life. He gave up his name and called himself Silver Shadow, establishing his own Beyond Grade A organization in the Sea of Star Spirits. Over the past few years, he had done many things and developed rapidly. Soon, he had a place in the Sea of Star Spirits. Now that Silver Shadow had agreed to the Crimson Dynasty's invitation to join the dynasty, he had come to Planet Crimson Ring to meet the ruler and the dynasty's Beyond Grade A circle. At this time, a cadre came behind him and whispered, "Your Excellency Silver Shadow will be landing soon." Yin Ying's voice reverberated like metal vibrations. His tone was cold and emotionless. The officer hesitated for a moment before asking, "Your Excellency Yin Ying, why do we want to join the dynasty? You're doubting my decision?" Yin Ying did not even turn his head. "I wouldn't dare." The officer hurriedly denied. He had only joined Yin Ying for a short period of time and did not dare offend him. "I just feel that the Radiant Federation and the Arcane Church offered better terms." Yin Ying did not deny it. With the development of the flickering world, the dynasty has the upper hand, causing the Radiance and Ethereal to offer a higher price. It's not because they value me. However, the forces in the Sea of Star Spirits are close to saturation, and only the flickering world can give me enough room to develop. Choosing the dynasty is more suitable for me. However, this is not the main reason I joined. Then what is it for? The Evolution Cube and Black Star. Yin Ying paused. If not for the fact that Black Star, who has the Evolution Cube, is in the dynasty, I might not have joined. That's right. The dynasty said that they've gathered some Beyond Grade as to meet you. I wonder if Black Star will be there. If he's there, you can make a request to him, the officer said. As far as I know, those veteran Beyond Grade as rarely appear in such a ceremony. The most likely to see them is Urinril's guard, Dark Emperor Claudi. I don't know if Black Star will be there. Yin Ying said calmly. However, if he's here, I can spar with him. You want to spar with Black Star? The officer was shocked. He was already a peak Beyond Grade more than 10 years ago and is one of the mechanical deities. Although he hasn't done much in the past few years, but I know what you mean. There's no need to say more. The Beyond Grade A circle of the 3 universal civilizations has always had a habit of making things difficult for newcomers. If you want to have the right to speak, you have to speak with your strength. Since we're destined to fight, why don't we find someone stronger? Silver Shadow turned around and said coldly, "That's right. Dark Emperor, Dragon King, and Illusion God. The 3 veteran Beyond Grade as of the Red Empire have the highest status, and the one rank behind them is Black Star, who only became a Beyond Grade 20 or 30 years ago. He has a 99% chance of taking over the top 3 positions. He'll be the pillar of the dynasty in the future and hold the greatest right to speak. Even I have to listen to him. In just 20 years, Black Star has grown to such a level. I'm very interested in him and want to ride on top of me. I have to see if he's as strong as the rumors say." Very soon, the spaceship slowly landed in the political core area of planet Crimson Ring, Turinamir Palace. Yining led his officers out of the spaceship, followed the receptionist, and walked through the door. Boom! At this moment, a strong beyond grade aura erupted from afar, crushing toward him. Clearly, this was a routine show of strength. Yining did not back down. His unique beyond grade aura rose, and he forcefully fought back. Boom, boom, boom. Invisible shockwaves seemed to appear in midair. Sensing his attitude, these beyond grade auras retreated like the tide. Let's go see the ruler first. Silver Shadow glanced coldly in the direction of the eruption of momentum, then followed the receptionist with a faint smile to another direction. At the same time, in a certain room far away, many of the dynasty's beyond grade A allies were waiting. The newcomers these days are really arrogant. None of them are willing to admit defeat, Baoni lamented. That's right. Back then cough. Viru coughed embarrassedly and secretly glanced at Han Zhao's lord's avatar, who was sitting at the head of the table. Han Zhao chuckled and teased. Back then, you couldn't even beat a newcomer like me. That's different. You're a special existence who broke the historical record. You're already a peak beyond greater now. Losing to you back then shouldn't be embarrassing, right? Viru laughed dryly to hide his awkwardness. No, it's embarrassing, Lotus Swordsman coldly added. Everyone present laughed, and the room was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Over the years, Han Zhao had built a deeper relationship with most of the dynasty's beyond grade A allies. Due to his strength and legendary points, he had a greater say in this circle. His position was only below the Dark Emperor, the Dragon King, and the Illusion God. He had already risen from a newcomer to a veteran. Currently, among the dynasty's beyond grade A allies, only the stubborn Tai Tai did not listen to him. The others were all in awe of him. There were 9 beyond grade as present today. Neither the old dragon nor Kant were present, which was even more than Han Zhao's last time. The last newcomer to experience this was Han Zhao himself. When he saw Yining, he felt like he was looking at himself from back then. He was not interested in bullying the newcomers with this group of beyond grade so he was not included in the group. He chose to meet Yining mainly because he recalled his experience in his previous life and was interested in this person. If he remembered correctly, Yining was a special beyond grade A. He had mutated during the species transformation process and refined himself into an existence similar to a universal treasure. However, at this time, this hidden attribute should not have been awakened. In the later versions of his previous life, Yining had a resounding nickname among the players, Beyond Grade A Bus. According to incomplete statistics, during the World Tree War, there were no less than 20 beyond grade as who had used Yining. The one who had used him the most was that late bloomer Carrot, who had the elegant nickname of Private Bus, Carrot. Although Han Zhao wanted to turn the bus into a private car, this idea was a little unrealistic. Thus, he mainly wanted to interact with the other party first. This time, Raven Loudy looked around and asked, "We might have to spar later. Which one he wants to go?" "I'm not interested," Lotus Swordsman coldly rejected. "Don't look for me." Baoni waved his hand. "You know I'm not good at one-on-one battles." Viru hesitated. Because of the lesson Han Zhao had taught him, he was not interested in such things anymore. He shook his head and said, "I'm not going either." "Black Star, are you interested?" Maximiliar looked over. "I don't want to fight unnecessary battles." Han Zhao waved his hand. He did not want to bully a newcomer who was worth befriending. Furthermore, planet Crimson Ring was the dynasty's capital. He did not have many mechanical troops here, so he would have to repair them. "If none of you want to go, I'll do it," Kohler said helplessly. Everyone immediately raised their eyebrows, their faces full of suspicion. Kohler was publicly known to be the weakest. He was not even as good as Baoni. "I'm a pugilist who's good at one-on-one battles. Why are you looking at me like that?" Kohler was furious. "I'm afraid you'll embarrass yourself," Lotus Swordsman said. While everyone was teasing Kohler, Han Zhao moved to Baoni's side and asked softly, "How have you been?" "How else?" Baoni said with an annoyed tone. "It's all thanks to you. The Moto civilization has been suppressing my race every day. Last time, they even fired a round of long-range interstellar missiles at my fire core land. Are you going to compensate me? No. You'll have to look for the dynasty. It was the dynasty who told me to do this. Han Xiao coughed. In the past few years, Lodhair had been causing trouble in the Moto civilization, assassinating one target after another. He had angered the Moto civilization countless times. Moto vented all their anger on their dynasty ally, Baoni, who was also in the primeval Star River. They had been suppressed for the past few years. Although Lodhair was cautious and reliable, it was not as if he did not encounter any danger. Although luck played a part in his growth, it was not as exaggerated as Fu Ding and Nero. He relied more on his own abilities to turn danger into safety. His assassin association had also developed quite well. They had trained a group of galactic assassins. On the surface, it was a black market bounty assassin organization, but in reality, it was a shadow walker that directly belonged to Han Xiao. After chatting for a while, Yin Ying's aura suddenly approached from afar. Everyone knew that Yin Ying had finished talking with the ruler and was coming over. They immediately stopped smiling and tensed up. Swoosh! The door opened and two people walked in. One was the expressionless Claudia. He walked straight to Han Xiao and sat down. The other was Yin Ying. He stood in the middle of the room, looked around, and observed all the beyond grade as present. Finally, his eyes locked on a Han Xiao's Lord's avatar. You're Yin Ying from the Sea of Star Spirits? Viru was the first to speak. You don't seem to respect us very much. Yin Ying said calmly. Why should we respect you? Quite arrogant. Unfortunately, this is the Red Empire. The Empire does not allow such an overbearing person to exist, Kohler said with a cold smile. As soon as he said that, Han Xiao could not help but look at him. Why did the format of this sentence sound so familiar? Yin Ying looked at Kohler, remained silent for a while, and asked, Is there someone like you in the dynasty? I've never heard of you. Kohler's eyes turned cold. He was just putting on an act, but now that he was exposed, he was really unhappy. In the circle of beyond grade, as status and right to speak are all earned with strength. I'm sure you understand this rule. Kohler put his arms on his knees and leaned forward. You've joined the dynasty and passed the ruler's test, but you haven't passed our test. How about it? Do you dare spar with me? You? Forget it. You're not my match. Yin Ying's tone was calm, as if he was just stating a fact. Without waiting for Kohler to continue, he turned to look at Han Xiao and slowly said, If you want to spar, you have to choose the stronger one. Black Star, do you have the guts to spar with me? Han Xiao was stunned. Why did it suddenly involve me? I'm just here to be a bystander. Everyone's eyes sparkled, and their interest was immediately piqued. As soon as they stepped into the beyond grade A realm, they would feel that their strength was boundless and directly challenge those at the peak. There would occasionally be one or two new beyond grades like this, so no one felt that Yin Ying's behavior was strange. It was normal for a newborn calf to have a sharp spirit. Daring to challenge someone stronger was also a good quality. Han Xiao was about to reject when he suddenly noticed a notification on the interface. He immediately swallowed the words that were at the tip of his tongue. Looking at the notification, he could not help but exclaim in his heart. Yin Ying taking the initiative to challenge directly triggered a beyond grade A challenge mission, just like Heber and Madison's missions. The experience reward was rich, and he could even draw an ability from the other party. After years of research, Han Xiao already had a good understanding of the triggering mechanism of such missions. If a beyond grade A took the initiative to challenge him, the chances of a mission appearing were extremely high. Although there were only a few people in the audience, they were all big shots in the universe and had enough influence. This newcomer is too generous, giving me an ability right away. Han Xiao could not help but shake his head. All right, there's no need to provoke me. I'll agree. Yin Ying nodded and suddenly said, Just sparring is boring. Let's bet on something. Han Xiao was curious. What do you want to bet on? I want to borrow the evolution cube. If I have the upper hand, or even win, please fulfill your promise. If I lose, I'll agree to a request that doesn't cross your bottom line. Sure, it's a piece of cake. Han Xiao nodded. He would not lose out anyway. This time, Claudie, who was watching coldly, said, "Fight outside the psionic seal ring. Don't fight near the mother planet." Hearing this, Han Xiaoxin's expression suddenly became a little strange. "You said the same thing last time, didn't you? You're here to be the judge, right?" In the ruler's office in Trinomir Palace, Urinril stood by the window and looked up at the spaceship carrying a group of beyond grade as taking off and disappearing into the horizon. "Ruler, Black Star and the others have left?" There were a few upper echelons in the room. They were all officials who had been advocating for the evolution cube to be handed over. Among them were the hardliner Beccarodi and Ludwell, who had indirectly received help from Han Xiao. Urinril turned around and said, Claudie said that they went outside the psionic seal ring to spar. Then, Beccarodi pondered for a while and said, "Your Excellency, what do you think of this plan?" Urinril frowned. "God's ability is indeed the first in history, but even our technology can't do it. Are you sure he has the confidence?" "Not yet." Beccarodi shook his head. "He told me that only when he reaches beyond grade will his Esper ability be able to analyze the principles of evolution energy. You know that Espers have always been the creators of miracles. Many special technologies have been brought by Espers. Beyond grade A." Urinril shook her head. "Does he think he can definitely reach that level? Even if he can, how long will it take?" "I'm not sure. We can only wait." Hearing this, Urinril could not help but fall silent. Seeing this, Beccarodi could not help but continue persuading her. "Your Excellency, this is a good opportunity. Black Star has proven over the years that the chances of the dynasty obtaining the evolution cube from him are very slim. We can't use force against him. However, if we analyze the evolution energy ourselves, simulate it, and replicate it, even Black Star won't have anything to say. This won't be offending him, and even if he's unhappy about it, it won't be reasonable. There's no rule that says we can't research the evolution energy. This is a technological advancement, and he has no right to tell us what to do." "I know." Urinril frowned. "However, God's request is that he can only come into contact with the evolution cube itself. If something abnormal happens and Black Star discovers it, he might become enemies with Black Star. This is a small risk, but we're not trying to steal his cube, so it's not that serious. Furthermore, God is now an important nurturing target of our dynasty, and it's Black Star's duty to provide him with an evolution slot in the future." Urinril was a little hesitant. The evolution cube belonged to Black Star, and the dynasty could not steal it. However, if they researched it themselves, it would be different. From a personal point of view, Urinril did not have any opinions about Black Star and liked him a lot. However, as the ruler, she had to consider the problem from the dynasty's standpoint. The benefits of the evolutionary totem were too great, and it had to be recharged every 10 to 20 years. Letting an outsider monopolize it would not be safe. Doing this might not be to steal Black Star's benefits, but to prevent Black Star from losing the evolution cube one day. Therefore, it's best for the dynasty to research the mystery of the evolution cube as a backup. Beccarodi struck while the iron was hot. "What he said makes sense," Ludwell agreed. Speaking of which, Ludwell owed Han Xiao a favor in the past. However, in the past few years, he had advocated investing in the Shattered Star Ring and suppressed the Limitless Financial Group, so he had returned quite a few favors. Not opposing Beccarodi today, and even supporting this plan, was not because Ludwell had any opinions about Han Xiao, but because he had to do his job. The way he saw it, the feasibility of this plan was indeed very high. Urinril pondered for a while, exhaled, and slowly said, Beccarodi, come back. Beccarodi, Black Star will be back in a while. Use your name to invite him to discuss matters. Raise the conditions to him one last time, and ask if he is willing to exchange the evolution cube for other things. If he still refuses, we'll make this plan official. Remember, the fewer people who know about this, the better. Especially don't tell Black Star. If he knows about this beforehand, he'll definitely try to stop it. Everything will have to wait until the dust settles. Hearing this, joy flashed in the eyes of Beccarodi and the others, and they nodded. Understood. Chapter 998. Not long after, the group of Beyond Grade as arrived outside the Psionic Seal Ring and chose an empty area as the battlefield. Han Shao and Silver Shadow walked out from the crowd and faced each other in the middle of the battlefield. The other Beyond Grade, as who were watching the show, stayed outside the battlefield and watched the drama unfold in the mental chat group that Lotus Swordsman had created. Viru shook his head and said, Ening actually chose Black Star as his opponent. I wonder how long he can last. Lotus Swordsman coldly said, even if he beats Kohler, he'll only be second to last. He might as well choose Black Star, as long as he can cause some trouble for him. Even if he loses, it'll be better than choosing Kohler. Kohler was speechless. Although that's the truth, you won't have any friends if you speak so directly. Raven Loudy muttered. Silver Shadow seems to be quite confident, as if he's really confident. Maybe he has some special ability. I heard he's a pugilist. He looks more like an Esper. I've looked into his past. He's extremely fast, and it's said that he has a special flying technique that allows him to constantly accelerate and even reach intermediate warp speed. Plus, he seems to have some void bloodline. Maximiller pointed at Ening in the distance and said, also, look at the surface of his body with your microscopic vision. The seemingly smooth silver shell is filled with extremely tiny magic circuits. He should have asked the Beyond Grade A Mages of the Sea of Star Spirits to enhance him. Hearing this, the Beyond Grade has adjusted their vision and entered the microscopic state. They discovered that there were indeed dense energy circuits on Yin Ying's body, just like semi-invisible tattoos. There are a few Beyond Grade A Mages in the Sea of Star Spirits. With such a wild style, it should be the secret master of the elderly idol group. Although this guy is one of the people behind the scenes of the galactic black market and is half neutral, his fees are not cheap. Looks like Ening has invested a lot. Raven Loudy was unhappy. What elderly idol group? They're called the Ancient Ones. Lotus Swordsman narrowed her eyes and said, he has too many enchantments on him. To be able to withstand such a huge burden, his body seems to be too tough. Oh, that is indeed the case. Baoni was helpless. But no matter how tough his body is, can it be as tough as Black Star's? That's true. With Han Shao in front of them, everyone was no longer surprised by all kinds of meat shields. Speaking of which, ever since the battle with the Mecha Empire, Black Star hasn't fought a Beyond Grade A Super for almost 20 years. At that level, even he won't be able to maintain his shocking growth rate. Viru shook his head. Claudia, who rarely spoke, casually interjected, close to the upper limit of an individual's strength. Any higher, and you'll have to break the limits of the entire explored universe. How many Beyond Grade, as in history, have failed to create a new level? How could it be so easy? While everyone was chatting, Han Shao and Ening were already in formation. The Lord's avatar was hovering in space with a small mechanical army. There were not many of them, and their black armor was surrounded by wisps of blue-gold mechanical force. As a mechanic, he stood where he was without moving. Instead, it was Ening who took the initiative to distance himself. Such a situation was rare. The surrounding Beyond Grade as looked at each other and smiled. In the entire universe, probably only Black Star, a mechanic, could make a pugilist not dare to attack him. Ening circled around Han Shao from afar, looking for openings and opportunities, but he did not attack. Han Shao stood where he was and watched him spin around for a long time without showing any signs of attacking. He could not help but ask, how long are you going to circle for? Come here. Ening did not reply. He continued to circle around and gradually accelerated. His flying speed became faster and faster, and his figure gradually became blurry. He was like a silver comet, leaving behind a trail of silver afterimages, like the flame tail of a meteor. Through the void vision, Han Xiao could clearly see that Yingying's speed was not just fast. The space around him was distorted to a certain extent, constantly squeezing behind him, forming a tide-like phenomenon, allowing him to glide on the waves, providing additional acceleration. At the same time, the familiar void energy on Yingying's body showed that he also had a portion of void genes. Han Xiao had a rough understanding of Yingying's abilities. Among the beyond grade, as Yingying mainly had a few well-known characteristics. First, he was fast and could maintain warp speed for a long time. At his peak, he could reach high warp speed. Second, his body was extremely tough, almost indestructible. Third, his species talent was rare. Fourth, he was like a bus. Yingying's health was not high, but his defense was extremely ridiculous. Even Heber could not compare to him. This was related to his attributes as a mutated universal treasure. Due to his various special abilities, although Yingying was currently a new beyond grade A, his actual combat strength should be above Kohler and Bayoni, on par with Viru and Heber, and slightly weaker than Maximilar, Raven Laudi, and Lotus Swordsman. His middle strength was also Yingying's weakness. As one of the top leaders of the dynasty's beyond grade A combatants, Han Xiao did not mind letting Yingying use all his means. After all, the other party was a beyond grade A with special abilities, so it was worth befriending him. He wanted to let the other party show his strength and gain the right to speak in the circle. It was not that Han Xiao was arrogant, but he had already calculated the possibilities of this battle time and time again in his mind. With his current strength, he could completely control the situation. He did not need any fancy moves to deal with Yingying at all. He could just F2A and finish the job. Flying dragon riding face, he could not lose. No matter what fancy moves you make, I'll take you down with one shot. Han Xiao patiently waited for Yingying to speed up, only occasionally letting the mechanical army fire long-range shots. Finally, Yingying felt that he had finished warming up. He suddenly turned around and charged forward. Like a beam of light, he crossed a large distance in the blink of an eye and charged toward Han Zhao's mechanical army. After receiving Han Zhao's permission, the combat artificial intelligence Spartan immediately reacted and activated the space-time stabilizing device and space-time stabilizing anchor. The stability of the surrounding space suddenly increased. Part of Yingying's speed came from the distortion of space. At this moment, his speed was greatly reduced, but he was still very fast. Even a calamity grade could not see his figure clearly, only a thin silver line. Relying on his high speed, Yingying tangled with the mechanical army. The psionic cannons often missed, and the silver pugilist waves kept hitting the psionic shields of the mechanical army, but could not penetrate them. After probing for a while, Yingying turned around and charged toward the psionic shields of the mechanical army like a silver comet. Just as it was about to collide, this silver comet suddenly mutated and split like a cluster warhead, turning into hundreds of tiny silver meteors that instantly scattered in all directions, quickly circling around the surface of the psionic shield, turning around and charging into the formation of the mechanical army from the side where there was no protection. Every subbody was a ball of silver liquid metal, and their appearance had all become a miniature version of Yingying. They were all a part of his body. This was Yingying's species talent. The transformation in the star core had brought him a mutation. His body could achieve the effect of nano-splitting and change shape all under his control. Furthermore, the split subbodies also had a considerable degree of combat strength. Because the total strength of the subbodies did not change, the combat strength of the subbodies depended on the proportion of energy distributed by Yingying and their size. The Void bloodline allowed him to use the Void dimension to provide energy to the subbodies remotely, and the health of the subbodies was also determined by the proportion of their size. The attribute of Yingying's universal treasure gave him a terrifying defense, which would not be shared equally. Therefore, even if the subbodies did not have high combat strength, they were almost indestructible, which was his advantage. Because of this special ability, Yingying could be considered a rare, tall, rich, and handsome pugilist. He did not need to do everything personally. A portion of the sub-bodies relied on their high speed to charge through the mechanical army. However, due to their power being scattered, although their attack frequency was fast, they were unable to destroy the mechanical soldiers that had been strengthened for God knows how many generations. At the same time, they were also enhanced by Han Zhao's mechanical force. They could only leave marks that were neither deep nor shallow on the armor of these mechanical soldiers. On the other side, the rest of the sub-bodies merged again and turned into a smaller Yining. They charged straight at Han Zhao and arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. The Lord's avatar did not move at all. Blue arcs shot out from its eyes, and virtual paramount directly entered Han Zhao's soul. The next moment, Silver Shadow lost control of its body and crashed at high speed. It was a complete mess. Even the scattered sub-bodies lost control and were easily captured by the mechanical army. Han Zhao turned his body slightly, and Yining rolled past him. He accurately reached out, grabbed Yining's ankle, and pulled Yining back. Yining's weakness was his mental strength. Virtual paramount was not only a mental attack, but also a virtual technology attack. With Han Zhao's virtual technology and level suppression, it would take a very long time for Yining's consciousness to break free. This was enough time for him to mess with Yining. Nanomechanical tentacles extended out from the back of the Lord's avatar and tightly bound Yining. At the same time, the tentacles carried electromagnetic, space, and other control devices. Miniature, disc-shaped psionic floating cannons popped out from the shoulder of the Lord's avatar and floated around Yining's head. The mechanical army in the distance also scattered and rushed over. They all aimed their guns at the controlled Yining and released a reverse psionic shield at the same time, locking Han Zhao and Yining inside. This way, if Yining wanted to escape, he would have to break through the shield and take away his acceleration space. At this time, Yining finally broke free from virtual paramount. His mind was heavily damaged, and he entered many negative states. As soon as his consciousness returned, he realized that he was firmly controlled. "Do you still want to continue?" In the mental chat group, Han Zhao said with a smile. "This kind of formation can't hurt me." Yining struggled for a while and realized that it was impossible to break free. He simply pulled his head out and abandoned most of his body to break free from the control. His head turned into a small person, standing on the smooth silver cross-section of his neck. "I know that your body is extraordinarily tough. My troops might not be able to do much damage to you." Han Zhao nodded and smiled. "However, you can't rely on this to gain the upper hand. Trust me, I have a lot of experience in this area." In reality, he was actually a natural counter to Yining. If the space-time amber was here, things would be much easier. Yining's split sub-bodies were very small, making it easier for the space-time amber to form. He could easily seal the sub-bodies and continuously weaken Yining. However, this was only a Lord's avatar, and the space-time amber was with the main body. Yining pondered for a while, retracted his aura, and nodded. "You win." He originally wanted to rely on his high speed, sub-body splitting, and strong body to catch Han Zhao off guard. The main reason was to gain the upper hand for a while. He did not have the confidence to defeat Black Star, even if it was just a Lord's avatar. However, the attack that he had been preparing for a long time was easily neutralized by Han Zhao, and he fell directly into the enemy's control. This made him clearly feel the difference in strength, and the battle was completely within Black Star's control. With most of his body in Han Zhao's hands, he would be in an even more sorry state if he continued to fight. Furthermore, Black Star was kind enough to let him display his strength. Yining appreciated this kindness and did not want to continue fighting. Although he wanted to challenge the strong, he did not want to be tortured. Hearing this, Han Zhao released the seal, allowing Yining to return to his original state. He smiled and said, "You now owe me a request." "What do you want me to do?" Yining asked. You owe me for now. I'll look for you when I think of it." Han Zhao thought about it, but did not mention it immediately. He wanted to study Yining's body and find out the hidden attributes of a universal treasure. However, their relationship was not at that stage yet, and the other party might not be willing to take out his body for him to study. This was very risky for a beyond grade A super. Therefore, it was better to establish a good relationship with him before making this request. After all, this was not a one-time deal. He had to build a good relationship with Yining so that he would be willing to use it more often in the future. In his previous life, Carrot was a close friend of Yining, which was why he could enjoy so many free private services. Speaking of which, Carrot should have joined the dynasty's side by now. It's still too early for him to take shape. I wonder if his experience changed under my interference. Okay, I'll remember it. Yining nodded. If you have time, you can come to the Shattered Star Ring or the Flickering World to find me. If you encounter any problems, you can also come to me for help. Han Xiao laughed. Yining nodded silently. Black Star's friendliness was very useful to him. He acted like a big brother and almost said, "I'll protect you." He sighed in his heart. The other beyond grade as were deliberately making things difficult for the newcomers. Only Black Star was different. This was the bearing that the future pillar of the dynasty should have. Seeing that the battle was over, the surrounding beyond grade as crowded around. This result was not out of everyone's expectations, but Black Star's stable performance still shocked many people. Fighting again after 20 years, the feeling that Black Star gave everyone was no longer that of a swordsman, but a head-on suppression with ease. Although they did not fight, everyone knew what Yining was capable of and secretly judged what would happen if they fought against him. The conclusion was that although Yining was a newcomer, his combat strength was not bad. Kohler and Bayoni were not confident of winning. This was especially so for Kohler. He could not help but secretly rejoice that Yining did not accept his invitation to spar. Otherwise, he would have really embarrassed himself. However, facing such a Yining, Black Star was actually so relaxed. His level was really different. Other than Claudia, the beyond grade, as present respected Han Xiao even more. Returning to the spaceship, they set off for planet Crimson Ring. Han Xiao chatted with Yining while opening the interface. Looking at Yining's beyond grade A challenge mission, it was already displayed as completed. He did not calculate the reward immediately. He planned to find Fu Ding after his consciousness returned to his main body. This important step could not be ignored. After returning to planet Crimson Ring, Yining said goodbye to everyone and went to his residence to rest. Just as Han Xiao was about to deactivate his lord's avatar, a dynasty personnel approached him. "Your Excellency Black Star, Mr. Beccarotti invites you to meet him." Beccarotti? Han Xiao knew that this was an important leader of the dynasty's hardliners and was not on the same line as him. He could not help but be curious. "Why is he looking for me?" "He wants to talk to you about the evolution cube." Han Xiaoxin's heart skipped a beat. Over the past decade, due to the continuous suppression of radiance and ethereal, some of the dynasty's upper echelons still insisted on the ownership of the evolution cube. Beccarotti seemed to be a hardcore supporter, and he had heard of this before. "What does he want to talk to me about?" Han Xiao was curious and nodded. "All right, lead the way. Please follow me." The dynasty personnel led the way, and the two of them arrived at a government building. After passing through layers of restrictions, they arrived at a private meeting room. As soon as Han Xiao entered, he saw an old but dignified dynasty official sitting on the main seat. His face was tense, and his nose was a little big. His thin lips were tightly pursed, and his eyes were deep. He looked like a rather tough person. "Hello, Black Star. I'm Beccarotti. This is not the first time we've met." Beccarotti squeezed out a smile. "However, this is the first time we've met in private." Han Xiao sat down on the other side of the table and shook his head. He had only seen this person in meetings with the dynasty's upper echelons before and had not really interacted with him. "I'm not someone who likes to talk nonsense, so I'll get straight to the point." Beccarotti placed his hands on the table and said with a deep voice, "The dynasty wishes to use some things to exchange for the evolution cube. You can name your conditions." "Want to exchange for my evolution cube?" Han Zhao's eyes flickered. In fact, such signs had been there for a long time, but it was only today that the dynasty's upper echelons made it public to him. "This isn't your idea alone, is it?" Han Xiao smiled faintly. That's right. I hope you understand that this is not a personal grudge. In the past, we would not have done this, and the evolution cube would have been fine even if you had it. However, ES God's inheritance brought the evolutionary totem, an even more evolutionary civilization technology, and the evolution cube became the core of these technologies. The dynasty wishes to have such a strategic universal treasure, but due to Her Excellency's support for you, it has been delayed until now. Han Xiao nodded. He could understand this point. As a civilization, they had a lot of concerns, and such a strategic thing could only be assured if they had it in their hands. Benefits were one thing, but a qualified civilization would never place all their hopes on an individual or their allies. Not to mention the Red Empire, be it in radiance or ethereal. As long as the evolutionary totem and a series of supporting technologies appeared, they would make the same choice, or even worse. If he was a beyond grade A of an advanced civilization, they might have directly asked him to hand it over instead of allowing him to name his conditions. Since he was an external ally, the dynasty could not force him to hand over his private property to them, or it would have a very bad impact. Thus, they chose the method of exchange. To an advanced civilization, beyond grade, as were just tools to fight, and the civilization itself was the main character of the universe. However, to a beyond grade, there were not many who were sincerely working for the civilization. They were just taking what they needed and using each other. Letting me name my conditions, that's quite generous of you. Han Xiao smiled. There must be a limit. Why don't you name your price? Okay. Beccaroti nodded. The dynasty is willing to use universal treasures to exchange for your evolution cube. Han Xiao shook his head. You just said that the evolution cube has a different meaning. 1 for 1. Do you think I'm losing out? You're mistaken. It's not 1 for 1. Beccaroti smiled and slowly said, 3 universal treasures for 1 evolution cube. This is the dynasty's sincerity. What do you think? I ate before writing today. It's almost past 12, T_T. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.